Okay, so I will let Doug and Reyes take over the screen. We'll try to stick within about a 30-minute time frame for each project so that we can kind of look at all 4 projects this morning at a comfortable pace, which I think should be okay. And I will try not to say much because you've heard too much from me already this semester, promise. Okay, so Reyes and Doug.
Perfect. Can everybody see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Doug.
Hey, Adam. There we go. So good morning. I'm Doug Shea. I'm in my 2nd year of the MArch program here at UT.
I'm Reyes Fernandez, also 2nd year.
Yeah. And this is our time capsule for the Isle de Jean Charles, which we've called Land Lost. So the Isle de Jean Charles is this sparsely populated, about mile-long stretch of land along the Louisiana Gulf Coast. It's about 25 miles southeast of Houma, which is like the closest kind of major city. It's about 80 miles southwest of New Orleans, and it's increasingly growing closer to the Gulf of Mexico. But the full story of the island is rooted in the history of the people who live and have lived there. The Biloxi Chitimacha Choctaw tribe is a band of 3 distinct tribes who settled the isle while fleeing from the Indian Removal Act and the Trail of Tears. It was once marsh land that American settlers considered uninhabitable, but the tribes adapted to the land for fishing, shrimping, and agriculture. They built homes out of the earth that they lived upon and lived into in these homes until the early 1900s. And then they would send their children to school in the mainland in these flat-bottomed boats called pirogues, and they basically paddle their way over to school. And while the island has grown and developed, they still identify as members of the Biloxi Chitimacha Choctaw tribe, and they organize around their tribal leader, who currently is Albert McQuinn, a descendant of the first residents of the island. But their homes and livelihood are endangered. Sea level rise and accelerated erosion have rapidly stripped the people of the Isle de Jean Charles of the land beneath them. This is a unique part of our world in which the passing of time is spatialized within the scope of a single human life. Current residents can recall a time when they could hunt in wooded areas that are now submerged by water. And the role of the fossil fuel industry cannot be overstated. Not only do its carbon emissions continue to alter the planet's climate and endanger coastal cities around the world, the industry digs exploratory canals throughout Louisiana's wetlands that accelerate the salination of the once fresh water, killing off the plants that once held the marshy land together and hastening the island's withering boundary. This slide shows some of the man-made canals. Some of these are from the residents of the island that they would use them to fish, but many are these exploratory canals that they'd send ships in to search for oil deposits, and they would never go back and fill them up. However, the experience of these changes go far beyond an aerial view analysis.
Yeah, and so this image is kind of an aerial of the island today, and the main thing I guess I kind of want to talk about in this one is this road, which just appears just like, yeah, like unusable almost. Like historically, the island was accessed by a wagon path along like this narrow ridge, which this road is like now built on top of. But during like times of high water, it would flood, and so the only other way you could get to the island was on those flat-bottomed boats that Doug had mentioned, the pirogues. Until 1953, the island got their first official like road for vehicles and cars, and so that like that opened up the island to like the mainland, and it kind of was like the marking point of like a significant change in the island. Just as like the the wagon trail like became eroded over time. Just even further erosion of the land is also doing the same thing to this road. And so during hurricane season, the road is like completely submerged underwater, and you have to take a boat there. And so the last time the road was even repaired was 2011. But that came with like the caveat that they would never repair the road again. And so that's kind of like this idea that, you know, they're just kind of cutting ties with the island, and it's not worth kind of renovating again. Yeah, here you can see, you know, during times of just even high water and storms, what that does to the road. And then you can even just see the condition of the road and what people have to do just like constantly when the island floods. And yeah, there's nowhere for the water to go. And next slide. Yeah, and so I thought this sign kind of like really captured the sentiment of the people who are still there. Like in 2002, there's like about 320 people and about 68 homes. And then just in 2019, there was only 75 people and 25 homes. And so those that remain are kind of, you know, reluctant to leave. And so this sign, you know, we're not moving off this island. It's like a very like declarative kind of sentence and sentiment. And at the end, it says like, if the island is not good, just stay away. May God bless the island. Yeah. And then, so the state has this plan to kind of combat this like extensive climate degradation. And so they have this system of levees that they're building right now. And so that path of like levees follows like this plan that they had created in, I think, 1998. And what it does is like it establishes like a new boundary for the state, like kind of saying like, this is what we want to protect, and we're just like everything else like kind of in the gray is kind of, you know, already lost and it's not worth it. And so you can kind of see like our island is very much in that, like, we're not going to protect that area. And yeah, so what they have planned is that in 2016, they were given $48 million by HUD to move like the residents of the island 36 miles to the north. Kind of like in this, just like space, it's kind of like a reservation, but because they're not like a federally recognized tribe, it's not really a reservation either. So it's kind of just like this big plot of land that they're saying like, you can go here, but they don't have like the same protections or like access to resources that federally recognized tribes would get. And yeah, so our interpretation of like this time capsule is to kind of extend back into the water, like as the land has kind of eroded away. Our time capsule, you know, kind of goes back in, and we begin to like mark the points at which like significant time dates that we'll get into. And so what we memorialize and what like the content of the capsule is the kind of the lost land and kind of that memory of like where people or like society used to like, I don't know, like exist besides this like narrow strip.
Yeah, so our process began by identifying significant dates in the history of the land and the people of Isle de Jean Charles. The first is 1830, which marks the signing of the Indian Removal Act by President Andrew Jackson, which this was the piece of legislation that forced these tribes out of their lands and for at least the Isle de Jean Charles residents to the island. So this was their arrival. The next was 1953, which was, as Reyes said, the year that they completed Island Road, which connected them to the rest of Louisiana. and legitimize their presence, but it's also become a barometer of their ability to remain on the island as it increasingly becomes flooded and the island becomes inaccessible. In 1974, Hurricane Carmen struck the coast of Louisiana at a Category 3 strength, which for many residents, this is one of the earliest memories of homes flooding and residents retreating, including the permanent departure of Albert Naquin, who's the current traditional chief. So it'd be the first, or one of the first, of an all too common occurrence on the island, and a warning that the future occupation on the island was not a certainty. And the final year that we wanted to collect was the current, 2020, which amongst everything else significant about this year, it marks the beginning of the relocation of the residents of the Isle de Jean Charles to the new isle. They're considered the first climate refugees in the United States. So while this timeline of the island does not tell a comprehensive story of the island or the people, it does begin to document the story of its occupation. People were removed from their homes by a force larger and more powerful than them, found the Isle de Jean Charles, where they learned to adapt and endure in order to remain. And yet once again, they're being forced to leave their homes and their land. So for our project, this is our site plan.
Yeah, and we kind of wanted to dive into these sections that kind of also track the time, the 1830, 1953, and just it kind of gives like that scale of like how far the land used to like come out to. And so there's like these 5 branches that come off this spine, and each one has like a different length depending where that like kind of boundary of the island was during that time. And so this was 1830, and this is, you know, about 200 meters, 600 feet. And then, yeah, as 1953, as time progresses and the land becomes, you know, more constricted by the water, the branches start becoming shorter and shorter. And then 1974, yeah, like the first kind of like awareness that, hey, like this probably isn't going to get any better. And then the last one, 2020, you know, it has the shortest spine, and it's kind of just like this bleak kind of like realization that, yeah, that, you know, departure is probably the end result. And so this like collection of like branches kind of is meant to connect the kind of whoever comes to this place, to connect them with like the land lost during the significant points and returning them to like this datum in which the island people lived during each time period. And so despite like the length and like aerial view, like the site is very like minuscule in comparison, like in section elevation, like approaching it, it's very like small compared to like, you know, the water that's kind of always coming at it.
So these nodes are cylindrical voids in the water, and the occupant arrives at a middle level where the artifact of the previously lost earth is immediately apparent. In this space, the visitor can transverse or travel through time along the vertical dimension. They can ascend and reach the current level of the water, or descend and experience where the water used to be. The land is isolated within a shallow pool of water, simulating the shoreline that used to exist at that datum and objectifying the ground as an artifact for contemplation and reflection.
And so this is a kind of a partial aerial of what the spine to like the branch kind of connection looks like. And so if you're on top of the spine, you kind of are like aware that there's, you know, something off in the distance, and it kind of piques your curiosity, but you're very much like aware, like you're surrounded by water. And then as you approach like each branch that kind of comes off the spine, you kind of descend, and yeah, your like awareness of that context and environment begins to like fade away. Like you can probably still hear like, you know, waves crashing, but your visual connection is kind of gone. And at the bottom, I think you kind of like gravitate towards like the path to the each node that was kind of hinted at before. And so in essence, like across the whole kind of spine, you're moving like up and down, which kind of, you know, you're aware and then you're like unaware, but you're aware of like this new thing at this node that you kind of want to travel to. And then, so yeah, this left kind of perspective is like when you're on top of the spine, and then you kind of see this like round shape in the water that's like distinctly different. And until you descend, like in the right kind of perspective, you're like kind of disoriented in a way, and you're not really sure where to go except, you know, towards that node because, you know, something's obviously there. And so the project is connecting, you know, the past and the present. You know, it's almost like a literal timeline. But then the present investment, like our kind of proposal, also kind of like lays the groundwork for like a possibility of like a future occupation.
So we've established that the future of the Isle de Jean Charles is bleak. One resident said, "You just can't stop the water." But this problem isn't unique, even regionally, to the Isle de Jean Charles. With or without massive changes to carbon emissions, it's likely that millions of people in coastal cities will be forced into the same situation as the people on the Isle de Jean Charles, forced to leave their homes and to find more resilient accommodations inland. Unfortunately, it's not always the case that these locations are forever resilient. Even the new isle is vulnerable to rising sea levels, and it's entirely possible that a day will come when the Biloxi Chitimacha tribe will once again be forced to pack up their things, abandon their homes, and look for more stable ground. What our project presents is just that, stable ground on which to imagine and build a new kind of coastal settlement.
And so, yeah, this is just kind of like an overall perspective of the project. And what we're trying to just show here is like kind of imagining these like hurricane kind of bad weather proof pods that kind of graft onto the spine. And like over time, as, you know, more people kind of accept the fact that their new land is also just going to flood, it's kind of like this return, not just for tribal members, but just people in general. But it gives them like something like solid to like kind of graft onto and like affirm like their presence and like that history that existed in here. And then, so this is just, you know, kind of a rough idea of like the occupation of the space. You kind of see like these pods, these like domes that are like hurricane proof, and then kind of like this, like, call it like a farmland that kind of spans the length of the spine. And so that can become, you know, either used for growing vegetables or just anything really. But yeah, you can kind of see it starts off with a few pods and then it kind of grows into like this whole kind of complex. And then over time, over like long spans of time, like you'd imagine like it grows even more and more. And yeah, this is kind of looking from inside one of the pods towards that spine and kind of like how that begins to kind of just evolve over time.
This is kind of like the full life of the project.
Thank you,
That's
Doug
it.
and Reyes. So maybe
Yeah.
we'll open it up to feedback.
Thanks. So Since this is about archives, we haven't really, or, some understanding of what archive means, or what a memory means, or what a memorial might mean, or what its significance is for a community, or, how would you think of this project in relationship to a memorial or an archive or a memory? And who is it serving? Is it serving this tribe that has had multiple traumas throughout the course of its history? The trauma of the Andrew Jackson's violence against Native tribes, histories of forced removal from their historic lands. And how does your research was really interesting, and I commend you on that research. I'm just wondering, if you could answer those questions.
Yeah, I think what struck us about the research, and I think even just some of like the stories of the people that don't want to leave, is this connection that they had to the land itself. So in a lot of ways, I think we were thinking of this as a memorial, but I think what was kind of interesting about this site is that we were thinking like, oh, do we put something there? Like, do we insert some artifacts of like, do we put a boat in one of these things? But I think it was that the land itself is kind of where the value was found for the residents of the island. So I think that's why we kind of went this route of like, let's make this framework in which there is this opportunity for continued engagement with the land itself, even though the water's rising around it. And then kind of like a protection moving forward. So I think part of it is that it's protecting that for the people, for that Biloxi Chitimacha Choctaw tribe. And then also that, like, in a way, it is kind of a unique site in the United States in that they're the first, but they're definitely not the last in terms of people that are going to have to leave their homes because of rising waters or eroding coastlines. So I think it's kind of a special place, even outside of just its relationship to that tribe. So I think in a lot of ways we were thinking of it kind of as this memorial, but through that lens of that it's a time capsule in that it protects the contents of it, and then it's also kind of like this this investment in this resource that can be activated whenever it's needed later on.
In your mind, who would come back to live? I mean, if we're using your timeline here, who would come back to live in these hurricane-proof pods? And as you were designing these, who are they designed for?
As we were designing them, I think the idea was that it would be the same people that used to live on the island, so that tribe specifically. So in some ways, it's because it's on this site, and then it also has kind of these branches that are related to the history of that site. It's for those people. But I think it's also part of the project is like a recognition that the issue isn't unique, and that in some ways it's kind of guessing what living along the Gulf Coast will look like whenever New Orleans is unsustained, or whenever New Orleans is decided to be cut off from the next Louisiana levee system. Where do all those people go, or any number of coastal cities? So it's kind of imagining what coastal inhabitation could look like in a space, in an area where there is no solid ground. Did that answer it?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's maybe one thing that I'm noticing about this is that it seems to have like absorbed the formal properties of the strip that seems to be becoming narrower, and it kind of in some ways kind of like attenuates that, right? Because in your renderings, it's all along this kind of long spine and all of the nodes are along these kind of long hatches. I'm kind of imagining I don't know, being alive in that place and having, and feeling actually always precarious in a long strip of land. And I'm wondering kind of how you see something like public space or like community space, especially because this is a thing, a site that's kind of designed with a particular community in mind. I'm wondering how you see that interact with kind of what the formal properties of what you've built are, which are, essentially to kind of squeeze, to kind of like squeeze people, I think, along a kind of narrower strip, I think.
Mm-hmm. I think one of the choices that we made was that, like with this future utilization, that we kind of treated these nodes as their own thing.
Right.
That the housing wasn't grafted in these whatever cul-de-sacs around these nodes. It wasn't even grafted along like these branches that go out to them. So I think we thought of these both as kind of how Adam was saying, a little bit of a memorial, but also the opportunity for some of that public space. And it's not enclosed, of course, but
yeah.
But that becomes an area that groups of people can go in and engage.
Is that land meant to be gazed upon, or is it meant to be used in that?
Yeah, I can go back.
Yeah. I mean, because there's a little bit of water around the land, so it seems like it makes it inaccessible to actually like commune with physically,
Mm-hmm. So I think that initially when we had kind of like at the mid review, we had it, you go down, you stand on that land.
Yeah.
But I think in trying to think about the project as a time capsule in the land as an artifact, I think there was on our end some like desire to treat the land as more of an object. So if you descend and you go down and you're standing on the land, there's not that same sense of reflection upon where should your focus be versus having it kind of be objectified in its own. I guess I think I called it a simulated shoreline, where it's in some ways it's kind of like an emulation of what used to occur on that datum. But yeah, it's not quite that like I get you can't really engage with it in the way that we've currently shown it.
Yeah, and maybe the final thing I'll say is like it seems like that might be a tension in the actual idea of the time capsule itself in some way, which is to like objectify, to make object a thing that actually might have a kind of living presence for someone, right? So I think like actually some of the tensions I'm kind of looking at here are tensions that might be in the kind of brief itself in some ways too. Yeah.
Also, I'm gonna ask maybe the obvious question. Is it a piece of architecture or is it a boat? I think because that's what I keep still going back and forth in between thinking about, how do you still arrive at this and what does that mean? Also, what is the relationship between still land and water? Because I think those are two still very, very strong and prevalent components, but those things are still changing. So they're constantly kind of evolving over the course and history of this project. And I'd be kind of still curious to hear, what your thoughts are between those two kind of typologies and maybe what that means for you in terms of how you kind of created this capsule. So.
I don't know if we considered it either a boat or specifically architecture. We kind of just thought of it as like this anchor that kind of sets it up for this kind of like future use. I don't know if I want to speak more on that, Doug, or.
Yeah, I'm confused about the question of the boat. Can you clarify maybe the reading there?
Well, it's just that you are, more or less arriving via water, and your structure is constantly also, physically encountering water. It's also encountering land, but how you are approaching it, is more or less all via water. And to me also, you're kind of still designing this for future water rising, right? And so what happens if this is able to, I guess, respond to water in that way? Can it lift up, or can it adjust as water levels continue to increase? Like, I think that there's, to me, still slightly different relationships between like the nodes, because like the nodes to me are about preserving and showcasing physically the history of where the island used to be. But then you also have this central kind of node component that I think now you're also, proposing that people can now occupy this. But is it really, are you occupying a landmass, or are you occupying kind of a floating island, which again, then to me still begs the question of, is this like, what type of, it's not a land island anymore, so.
I think that these are all interesting comments. We will have to move on, but I would say that what's really compelling about the project is this hybridization between infrastructure and memorial.
Mm-hmm.
that doesn't really, like, we would have to think hard about precedents for a project like that, right? Because that kind of pairing between memorialization and infrastructure is, I think, a really interesting invention. So, I commend you for really diving deep into your research and finding a way back up for air to figure out what to do with all of that. You've really done that. So thank you for starting us off, and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Very, very nice.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Smita and Nick next.
I think Nick's going to share his screen.
Can everyone see that?
Yeah.
So I'm Nick Dahlquist.
And I'm Smita Santala. And our project is a pandemic hotel for the future. Our presentation will be us reading a short narrative we wrote. It is a letter from one of the tenants in the hotel to a future occupant.
Dear future tenant, to you, I'm in the near or maybe the distant past. Really, it's hard to tell time these days. They told me to write this letter to a future tenant, not to them now, but for when they first arrive here, which for you reading this has already happened. But write to them as if it hasn't happened yet. So now, at this moment, I'm writing to tell you about my experiences and about time here, which you have yet to experience or have experienced already.
I think it's November, but it could be December. February feels like yesterday, so maybe it's actually March. I don't know if it's cold outside, or if the leaves have turned yet, or if it's still hot and humid. Staying in isolation has been hard. Time keeps slipping through my fingers, becoming intangible and fluid. So fluid that I can't remember what I had for dinner last night or what I did last week.
There was a new outbreak this year. If you're reading this note, then not only do you know about it, but you have it. It's novel and it's spreading, so you contracted it, and here you are now.
I've been in the clock tower for who knows how long. After I was diagnosed, I was sent here to isolate, to finish my quarantine with others in a safe and secure place.
There are locations like this all over the world, set into place as precautions and infrastructure in case of emergencies and outbreaks. This one does not seem that contagious, but they can't be too careful. They used to encourage isolation, but free will and the strong-headed ruined it for everyone. Now isolation is mandatory and you get sent here, wherever you are and wherever here actually is. I was told to introduce you to the tower and what your experiences here will be like, to get you warmed up so you know what to expect.
The tower stands domineering in the city. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought it to be a sculpture. Shimmering bricks of glass and dark metal clad this thin, impossibly tall monolith. As you approach, it's just a monument, a warning, an omen. Then once inside, it doesn't become that much clearer.
When you check in, they tell you that the building is a series of rooms that were designed to distort time, to make your stay and your isolation a little bit more bearable and to complete your quarantine. Each one distorts time in a different way. Some of them are subtle, others are a little bit more extreme. Some feel like their own little worlds. You'll discover this on your own.
As for how they built this, I'm not quite sure how this building runs. I don't think it's physically possible. They say it's hermetically sealed and nothing can get in or out. They say all of the air is purified and that the water is recycled and that the water I'm drinking is the same water from the aquarium. But honestly, it tastes fine to me.
I thought that the building was tall, but once inside, it was even taller than I imagined. An endless path of stairs, and every level has something new. Sometimes I can't tell where the stairs end and the rooms begin. The glass brick outside gleams in the city, but all you see when you are inside are just distorted views and muted light from outside.
The glass does not really show what is happening outside, just this distortion of shapes and light. The lobby is a series of zigzagging stairs that lead you to these doctor's offices, waiting rooms where they test you and your vitals. Then a concierge comes in to check in your luggage and give you a tour.
The museum was interesting. I haven't really been back since, but the first passage took me through a history of diseases, if you could call it a history. It was more an art exhibition of photographs, paintings, and other media on a maze of panels. The spiral staircase was the best part, with an all-encompassing mural that you ascend through like a timeline. I really enjoyed it, but did not fully understand it. The art was not really my taste.
Eating was a strange and fun novelty at first, but now it seems to be habitual. It makes sense when you think about it, separating the different parts of eating, but the waiting is just awful. I check in, move up, wait, and I'm seated, move up, wait, get my drink, move up, wait. It just seems like forever. It's probably the same as a normal restaurant, but having the ritual spread out emphasizes the time spent waiting. Each floor has an accompanying bar across the way. The Roaring Twenties themed bar is probably my favorite.
I spent most of my days relaxing in the conservatory. When the trees dapple the light down through the leaves and onto the mossy floor, I can sometimes forget that it's not the actual sun. I just bathe in the light and watch the other tenants traverse the spiraling ramp up through the space.
At the top of the conservatory comes my least favorite part, the never-ending stairs that take me to my room. Unfortunately, it's faster to walk to my room than to take the elevator. Sometimes I try to take the elevator directly to my room, but then I have to wait and wait and wait. The rooms themselves are pretty mundane. The lights dim at night and dawn an orange hue to help you fall asleep, and brighten to a blue during the day. I saw my neighbors' lights as they were leaving one night, and they were bright blue. They looked dressed and ready for the day. I suspect the lights are not on the same timers.
After the rooms, things get weird. To get to the upper floors, you have to enter through the casino. All of the games and arcades and lights and the temptation is too much. I always spend more time than I need to in there. The club is inside of the casino. It's sound insulated, but there are different clubs on each floor and the DJs blend together the music in this cacophony of sensory overloaded bliss.
After you've entered and left too many times, you finally leave the casino and are greeted by the lounging pool. There's a hot pool underneath an aquarium where you see the fish swimming above you. You can go to the saunas that are heated by the steam from the pool, stick your feet over the edge, get personal with the sharks. A diving pool is across the way as well. Not as cool, but much cooler temperature-wise.
The top before the final chamber is a strange room. Clouds of smoke arise from the stairs. You descend into this one. The walls warp and ebb and flow, allowing you to lounge on them. The hotel owners turn a blind eye to what happens in here.
The final chamber is made of many chambers, sensory deprivation tanks. You find your tank, plug your ears, and cover your eyes, and just float in the salt water. It's better than getting sleep. It's refreshing, but it is true isolation.
I've made many friends here. While we are isolated, we aren't isolated from each other. It's nice to have a friend and a face to talk to about memories and how things used to be on the outside. I don't know how long I've been here, and I don't know how much longer I have to wait before I'm done with my quarantine. It felt like earlier today that I walked in, but that might have been last week. I think I went to the club last week, but that might have been last night. There's no night, no day, no schedule, and nothing that is concrete. At least I have things to do, though. Maybe they will help pass the time. They'll tell me when I'm done and healthy again. God, I hope it's soon. But until then, the best way to count down is to count my steps.
And that is the conclusion.
I can start. I mean, it was amazing to go from the horizontality of the last presentation to the verticality of this one. It was really kind of like a flip for sure. But I guess and I love the way that you've kind of rendered this out as a kind of letter. I think like it's really kind of clever and smart. I'm wondering kind of how you beyond the idea that time is a little wobbly and unsure kind of right now, I'm wondering how this building engages with the idea of the person who does have who does have COVID, and it seems like this building is primarily for people who are like asymptomatic, because it kind of gives them everything that like you would expect out of like a resort, but in a kind of vertical kind of tower-like form. And I'm just kind of wondering, beyond the kind of medical offices, like how does this building respond to the particular conditions of being ill, actually? And and especially for a condition that's a respiratory condition, to have so many stairs too seems like a kind of weird choice. But I'm just wondering if you can talk a little bit more about kind of like how you envision being sick in this place, because like the letter seems to indicate that it's more like a kind of purgatory holding tank for people who are asymptomatic, and maybe that's just the answer, but there's all kinds of sick with this particular virus. So yeah, I'm curious. Yeah.
I think what you're saying is definitely kind of aligning with how we were imagining this. It definitely is more of an asymptomatic experience, and more of a place for kind of the unsure, the quarantining to quarantine, that kind of stuff.
Right.
And while the like severely ill would probably be housed in hospitals,
right,
and not here. And definitely, sorry, I lost my train of thought. But definitely, like for us, when we started thinking about this, it was kind of like a purgatory, because that was how we had been experiencing time in 2020. This kind of endless, just like endless string of events that never really felt real, or never really felt like a timeline, and kind of felt all over the place. And so for us, it was like, how would the common user that is just going through this experience this in one building?
Mm-hmm.
I think there's another way of reading this project that kind of inverts the who's sick and who's not reading. It sounds like it's if it's for asymptomatic people, it could also be for people that aren't sick. And everyone outside of the hotel is sick and has the virus, and some are being treated and some aren't. But the reason that you would go to the hotel and create this hermetically sealed world of delight and horror and whatever else is in human experience is to, recreate a little microcosm of 2020 for the people that aren't sick, so that it's like a spaceship in a sense. And then it'll come back and dock with the world once the pandemic has passed. That, I mean, to me, there's less not to totally flip your project, but to me, it makes a little bit more sense just to do that little flip. Then the politics of it are they make more sense to me that way.
I think it's also interesting to just think about the concept of the time capsule, and just that, like, there's, to me, two folds, I guess, to your project. There's kind of the architectural program that to me is a registration over how people would experience your hotel. But then you have all of the interior spaces and, you know, the light fixtures and the bed and the linens, you know, that I feel like are an artifact of 2020, when this hotel went up to kind of create quarantine phase 1. And to me, it's really still kind of interesting to think about that, because like the Chicago hotel would feel and look differently than the Hong Kong quarantine hotel, which would look and feel differently. And where are all of those furniture pieces being sourced from, and that they're really, you know, a registration of our time, like right now, that you know, would look weird and different. Like, what if you go here and you have to stay a year, and then you come back out, and then, you know, everything else is still has changed, you know? And so I think it's really interesting to still think about this being a registration of a particular moment, and all of the different components that kind of signify that.
Yeah, on that point, I was wondering what happens to these structures that are all over the world. We don't really know how many there are. I guess you kind of suggested that there are a certain discrete number of them, but it seems like, because this is more of a polemical project, it's not really a proposal for an actual building, right? Or maybe it is. If it is a proposal for an actual building, I would be asking for a lot more in terms of specificity. I would be asking a lot more practical questions, but I don't think that's really what you're interested in. Is that something you're interested in, or are you more interested in like the politics of like representation of this moment? Or maybe you could answer that question.
I think it was definitely like an experiential project for us.
Okay.
Yeah, much more of that side of the spectrum.
So do you see this as like merely like an architectural representation of disorientation, to sort of preserve, I guess, or preserve or represent this moment that we're already experiencing, this time warp distortion? We don't even need architecture to experience that, right? So is this sort of like an envisioning of how to recreate this current experience post pandemic? Like, I feel like that would almost make more sense as a proposal, wherein yes, the time capsule is for preserving things for future generations, right? So you know, we're experiencing this short-term memory loss or disorientation, and we don't experience time teleologically or something, right? Where we're moving towards something. We feel like it's cyclical time. It feels like we're inside cyclical time right now. So in a way, you're designing a building with a beginning and an end, where you start somewhere, you follow a very prescribed path, and you end somewhere. You don't really know what happens after the end, where you get to the isolation chambers. But maybe that would be something to consider further. But is this, I feel like this is more something for future generations to experience. Oh, what did grandpa and grandma feel like when they were in the pandemic? I can't imagine what it would be like to live in cyclical time, where I have no sense of my memory and everything's disorienting. Oh, we can go to these buildings, these memorials to this moment, and move through these disorienting juxtapositions of experiences and spaces to like try to empathize with past generations. That's just one thought, because we don't really know what happens to this after the pandemic.
Right.
Yeah, that was kind of that was kind of what we had in mind, is that this wasn't just a pandemic hotel for this pandemic, but for future pandemics. And something unique to this pandemic is this distortion of time, where all of these global events are happening outside and we're just trapped inside, and nothing is happening here, and we have like no interaction with the outside. And so we kind of adapted that and kind of tried to recreate that with this hotel, except this time all of the fun things are happening on the inside, or maybe not all of the fun things, but all of the things that are happening are on the inside, and you're kind of still isolated from the outside, and it recreates that distortion of time for future pandemics.
And in the meantime, it definitely could be like this reference to the experiences that each person in whatever pandemic happens in the past, the future, the present, has gone through. So kind of like a more like that was the part that's really like the time capsule. And like Lisa had said before, like these pieces of furniture, these like the whatever outfits the interiors of the building is kind of there, forever preserved. So
maybe I'm still thinking about Lisa's question from the last presentation, but I was trying to put it to, and Adam, your comment kind of helped me get there, which is like, I was trying to figure out what this building and its sequence of spaces really reminded me of. And now thinking about it, it reminds me of a cruise ship, you know? And I'm kind of thinking about kind of what you just said, Smita, which is like, you know, if this is and what Adam's comment really engendered, which is like, if this is a building that is a time capsule that itself contains a notion of time that we seem to be experiencing, right? Then I would actually look at places where you could wick away the kind of pleasure cruise aspect of your building, like the casinos and the dance clubs and the, you know, like I think when you got to the top of the building and you were in the sensory deprivation chambers, the first thing that I thought is that it looked like a mortuary, actually, that it looked like not a space to like kind of to deprive one of one's senses, but a space of memory and a space of memorial. And so I'm actually kind of, I'm wondering if like maybe part of how this project could grow, you know, acknowledging that it's the final piece of this project and you're not probably going to grow it further. But I'm wondering if part of the way that this project could grow is to think more emphatically about what kinds of spaces would really create that sense of time distortion. And I'm not convinced yet that pools and casinos and, you know, they do create some of that distortion, but I'm not convinced yet that they kind of add to that that sense of time that you're trying to kind of get at. I would also say your vertical graphic of the like timeline was really clever, and like I would repost that in a minute. I think, you know, like it's really, I thought it was like a really great encapsulation of what the cultural touchstones were for a certain generation and a certain, you know, time. So I also wanted to say that as well. But thank you.
Well, great job. I think it's really great to see this most recent iteration of the project. I think the narrative is really helpful. You know, and the great thing about text is, like drawings, it can be edited, you know, and then you can see how that narrative actually informs the design. So I think this, even if you don't go through it, I hope that at least serves as a kind of model for how you could reiterate some of these ideas. Yeah. I very much appreciate David's comment about the kind of the flip, which I think makes sense because it's such a tiny sliver that it seems to suggest that most of the world is so unsafe that the time capsule is really of like February 2020, not March 2020, right? Like all the things that we used to be able to do. I mean, we may never have cafeterias again, and, you know, maybe But at the same time, it is this kind of both a combination of delight and dread that cruise ships are. So I think it might also be interesting for you to do some research about what happened on the, on the Princess cruise ship in March. Like, what was that experience like? What was the narrative of that experience as the kind of experience flipped from delight to dread and then to death in many cases, So a really, really provocative project, both in its narrative and its representation. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great job.
All right, great. Yeah. So next we have Celine and Michelle.
Okay, let me share screen. Okay. So hi, I'm Celine. I'm a 5th year Bachelor of Architecture. Hi, I'm Michelle. I'm the 2nd year of the MIT 2 program. So today we'll be talking about our project, and it's the Witness of Time. As we were first initially conducting research into different time capsules, we really thought about like what the nature of the container and the content inside is. How does a time capture reflect and capture a specific place or time, and who the time capsule is curated by? We were also questioning if the time capsule is an objective artifact that can be representative of a particular time. Is that even possible? Or should it contain a broader range of contents to embrace a subjective perception? Throughout the present studies, we're able to establish our own definition of time capsule. We see a time capsule as a permanent container that can represent a specific period of time, while its context, the environment, and its users are the temporary factors. We think time capsules should not be a curated container of a list of objects. We want to use architecture as the medium and to create a time capsule that is generated through the users as a response to the changing environment around them. This process of documenting and reinterpreting the transition and the result all becomes a part of the time capsule. We want to focus on glacial retrieval because it is one of the most dramatic physical evidence of environmental change through time that we can observe. Unfortunately, due to global temperature rising, retreating glaciers are happening all around the world, from the Peterson Glacier in Alaska to the Carcer Glacier in Italy, and finally the San Rafael Glacier in Chile. So we are particularly drawn to the San Rafael Glacier because it is one of the most dynamic glaciers in the world. It is constantly calving icebergs, and with that, we can truly observe its changes in real time. So it's situated in the southern Chile, and it is part of the northern Patagonian ice sheet. So it also has an extremely unique environment. So it is a blend of rainforest, glacier, a mountain, but however, it is retreating at rapid speed over the last century. It has shrunk about approximately 9 kilometers from 1880. And the climate of the region is mild and wet. It rains a lot every season, and being recorded over 6,000 millimeters of annual precipitation. So the building is facing north side to capture maximum sunlight. And we think that the precipitation increase is a significant factor that related to the retreating glaciers, as well as the rise of the lake level. So here's the site plan of 2022 that we expect to build it. So right now we can only access to the glacier by the boat from here. So we expect to have a small hike course to get our building. And also we design a helicopter pad on the top for the future. So based on the seismicity, we can presume that at some point in the future, the glacier will disappear or diminish and the lake will rise. So the part of the building could be under the water like this. The visitor can arrive by boat and reach directly at the bottom of the building as well as by the helicopter. And we think that there will be a possibility of populating the time capsule as time goes and the time capsule is full. So from now on, we will present the building by following the circulation that we designed. So as you get close to the building by boat, you can see the view like this. As you reach the bottom of the building, you will face this view before you get into the elevator.
Yeah, so as we go up to the helicopter, as we go up the elevator or arrive directly by helicopter, we'll reach the top welcoming observation deck. Inside the welcoming center, the present environment of the San Rafael at the bottom on the floor is contrasted with the present environment of other parts of the world. And here at the very top, visitors can experience the unobstructed view of the glacier in real time. So the frozen time capsules are created through a 5-year residence program. So 2 scientists and 2 artists collectively live in this atelier space, and everything that is realized during this time will be kept inside, and the space itself becomes a frozen time capsule exhibition. The groups of residents will start to occupy the ateliers from the bottom up. The unoccupied spaces will be temporary housing for students and fellows, and the gallery lodging space for the visitors are distributed at every level. Visitors will start from the top observation deck and start to make their way down.
Yeah, so visitors travel down toward the in-process atelier directly by the elevator. So this is the view of the visitor route. The visitors basically experience this time capsule building by following the visitor route. It is placed between the building and the surrounding, and it leads them into the time capsule journey. And we made a facade screen wraps the building, and it displays videos and images of the environment at the different points in time. So we think that by doing so, the present environment is contrasted with the past or future environment conditions of San Rafael. So the residents and the visitors can experience a blend of environment and those a blend of time too. The lower part of the atelier consists of flexible atelier spaces and collective living spaces, with the flexible atelier spaces in the front, double height space, and the collective living space are in the back half. So basically the scientists collect the data and document the changing environments, and the artists create artwork by reinterpreting the facts. So they inspire each other and collaborate to create the work that captures the present. Both the work process and the results are part of the time capsule, and the visitors too, they are involved in the generation of time capsule by observing the working process and communicating with them. And the upper part, there is a gallery lodging for the visitors, which is situated above the collective living space with a view into the flexible atelier spaces. And here's the visitor route that I said. They use the wraparound route to circulate through the level. So you can see that the visitor routes and in-progress atelier and also the gallery lodging on the top and the upper level. And the visitors continue to circulate through the building and through all the frozen time capsules of the past and travel back in time. And here we are again at the lower level of the atelier. Here we can see a view of the frozen atelier. So all the interior spaces for the atelier is frozen and preserved after they have departed and become a part of the exhibition sequence. Any data obtained, reports written, or equipment used during their stay, as well as their work, are displayed as contents of this time capsule. This is a view of the frozen atelier and the gallery lodging. Through the window frame of the gallery lodging, the visitors can see the overlapped layers of time and spaces. From the frozen interior of the past, the flow of the visitors, and the outside view of the present and the future on the screen, all of these layers blend their perspective and eventually they get to define the moment in their own individual way. After they have circulated through all the exhibitions, all the frozen ateliers, they travel to the bottom level and experience a blended time in the exhibition hall.
So the visitors started their journey on the top floor, observing the current real-time environment, and then passed through the ongoing atelier. And then we also went through the frozen atelier, which is traces of the past. And this journey finally now ends in the exhibition hall that is blending all the timelines. Here in the exhibition hall, different installations and pieces from different periods of time are displayed, creating a blended time experience before the visitors exit the building. And finally, the visitors descend back to ground level to exit. And as we're leaving the building, we might even be confused about where you are and when it is, whether it's 2022 or 2122. And the idea of our time capsule naturally also applies to our virtual review here today, and it is part of the collection in the exhibition hall. And here's a closer look at the 2020 time capsule from today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Oh.
Sorry, go ahead, Adam. Go ahead.
You can go first. Are you sure? Yeah.
I was just going to say, I really appreciate the creative presentations of these projects today. They're fantastic. A lot of, you know, design reviews, the projects are like, oh, okay, here's some drawings. You guys have definitely spent some time thinking about how to present these, and it makes it really engaging and fun to be here. So thank you. I'll throw in a comment. So I love the detailed way that you've thought through this changing program trajectory and how that creates the form of your building. Has your project always been this monument, this tall tower in the landscape? Or did you ever consider other ways that trajectory could interact with the glacier and the slope and the hillside, and that kind of thinking about how that program trajectory in time could interact in different ways with the way that the landscape is changing and will change into the future?
I think we were both really drawn to this verticality and the idea of the sequence of procession through a vertical building from the beginning, but we did consider like other options, whether to kind of spread out different ateliers along the side, along the hill, or something like that. But we decided it was that we wanted something to be really vertical and to be a really direct and clear sequence of the way you approach the atelier.
Yeah, and we also think that that is the way that we can live as, you know, small, you know, the trace of the, you know, that the nature. So we don't want to harm the nature. So that's the reason why you have a very vertically, you know, that kind of tower shape.
Mm-hmm. Like a really small footprint.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
sorry.
Adam. Go ahead.
Okay. Thanks. Also wanted to commend you, to echo what David was saying on the thorough presentation. Like, you not only showed like a broad vision that was very organized, but you showed us very specific vignettes, like of clearly thought through design, like at multiple scales. I think that's, you know, and then also this final part here, which I think is really funny. I'm not sure how it relates to your actual building proposal, but I think it's like I appreciate the humor of it. So one thing I was thinking about is, I think the program is really compelling. I really am interested in this idea of like collective living and like collaboration between scientists and artists. And I guess the piece that is missing for me is where the public comes in. And you did mention that that the public would communicate with these artists or scientists in some way, but I'm actually really not convinced about that, because there is no indication that they can communicate. There is like literally like at certain points the public pathway pulls quite far apart from where the artists are, and there's a glass barrier which would prevent any means of sonic communication. So maybe you could speak on that a bit more.
Yeah, so we actually designed, we didn't specifically mention, which was our fault, that there's a middle space right here in the middle that we imagine it will be a operating kind of a door or kind of a divider that will allow for like a collaborative space for the residents as well as the visitors.
Yeah, I feel like that space is so minuscule, and it's so minuscule that you didn't even mention it, right? I feel like that overlapping between the public and private, I think is also just like an important moment that could be expanded in some way in this proposal. But maybe you could say, hey, Adam, that's not the point of this. Actually, a time capsule is about like objectifying things and people and places and histories and narratives for other people, right? So maybe, I don't know, maybe this is the correct idea in terms of a time capsule, because it's about rarefying and objectifying and creating little heterotopias. But I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, well, we made it some kind of notes to communicate with each other, but in some ways, I think that just, even though just passing by, they can, see each other and they can inspire each other. So I think that is some point they can, involve in the time capsule too, not even just, doing something to creating something like artists. The visitor can, just pass through and they feel like something and they can get a sense of that time moment. I think that is also the part of the content too, even though they didn't, create something real physical one.
Yeah,
No.
I think we're really intrigued by like the visual aspect of the time capsule, kind of like visually seeing like all the things blending. So I can see that like the interaction part can be important, but also we really wanted to focus on this like visual communication.
I kind of have a number of kind of questions. One, I think that the project is really beautifully represented. So thank you for that. But I guess I kind of have a question. So it looks like you've created this residency program where people are staying for 5 years and then that's becoming like a time capsule, which I think is actually kind of interesting because you're expanding the notion of what is being captured over the course of time. So instead of it being still a frozen moment, you have things that are changing over a course of I don't know if it was 35 some years. But I think I'm still kind of questioning the relationship to the outside world, because you're having these people come in, stay for 5 years, and kind of document a process that's happening, but that is also being impacted by the entire world, right? Because it's a global phenomenon that is driving the kind of geological changes that everyone is observing. So I'd like to maybe hear you speak a little bit about the relationship between kind of exterior and interior worlds, and also maybe things that are static or fluid. Because I think even your facade is kind of speaking to those dualities of things that feel, hard and soft. But do you see what I'm kind of saying? Is that like everyone within this world is commenting on things that are actually being driven by outside factors?
Yeah, in some ways, we feel like, staying in one place for 5 years in the residence programs are we read it as, kind of isolated from the outside world. So when we study our project, we thought about to having some kind of a pop-up exhibition in the world, and that can interactive, they can see that the working process not in this side, and they can see the other, any country of other world too, part of a project. But yeah, but it didn't develop that a lot. But we think that in the observation deck, there is a kind of interactive kind of things like that. So they can see that, glacier live streaming, retreating phenomena at the same time. And also there's some kind of a projecting what happened in the outside, other world kind of things is a part of it too. So yeah, that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I think like the length of the timeline and also like the remote location of the site, like we really imagine like the residents to be kind of like just really zoned into this environment of like their surroundings, and also like just the specific environment of the past and future, and having the visitors kind of bring in that outside perspective instead.
Maybe if I could jump in and pick up on what I think Weso was alluding to. I mean, when we're talking about the connection to the larger world, there's that ecological question, which brings in the, if you want to talk about sustainability, I suppose. The one thing that seems a little strange to me about this project is it's kind of austere in its politics. It doesn't really have a political position. Like the political position is almost just to observe, or it's to be objective or whatever. You're like basically letting the glaciers just continue to erode based on human activity and what other things, right? And you're basically documenting it. I'm guessing. But I'm wondering, like, what's your position on how constructing a building like this in the middle of a very remote location, how to get there, if this building should be like a net zero kind of building, like what is its impact on the accelerated kind of degradation of the glaciers themselves? What is its politics on like climate change? Like what is its position on contributing to climate change or intervening in that process by like supporting scientists or whatnot? And how does, what's its position on that? Because it feels like the program is really great, like all the representation is really great. I'm not so sure about like the literal form of it, the way that it exists in relationship to the environment and its politics in regards to its impact on the environment. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point that we need to explore further along after our review. I think so far we've really taken like a witness, like more of like a neutral and observing standpoint. But I do think that after our final review today, that we'll definitely take it further along and then consider those aspects.
Yeah, I agree that it would be better to raise some kind of awareness of the global, changing. But I still feel like we are in a kind of a witness, we are in kind of a neutral position in terms of that point. But yeah, we will be developing that point further.
I have a comment and then a question, and the comment is like, as an art historian, I'm glad to see, projects that value kind of artists. I mean, that's great to see. Although I will say we tried to put glass doors on artist studios like a couple of years ago, and there was like people do not like to make the creative process, put the creative process on display necessarily. So, I mean, I think that is something to maybe think about in terms of kind of how you envision artists and scientists working together and what their spatial needs are, and actually what maybe privacy needs are, So I think that's maybe one thing to kind of think about in addition to all the great stuff that everyone else has kind of been talking about. But my other question is, and I'm glad to see this kind of dramatic kind of form. I mean, it's really kind of quite amazing. And also glad to see it located in Chile in the global south, when so much of this, so much of the research and scholarship around glacier and glacier melts is located around kind of like Iceland, Greenland, you know, the kind of the north, you know, essentially. So can you talk about kind of the choice of siting it here in Chile? Because I think actually there are also some other, maybe there are some other questions that come out of that that can hook into Adam's question a little bit more about, like, is there a, because what we're finding out is obviously like climate refugees are going to be largely coming from places that are under resourced, and the global, and the issues in the global south will be, you know, intensified, I think. So I'm just kind of curious as to what the location or siting for you is about, and why you made that decision. I thought it was a really provocative and interesting decision to make in the context of this project.
Yeah, so we were really intrigued by the idea of glacier from the beginning, and we actually did research on different glaciers around the world. We looked into, like you said, Greenland as well, and Alaska, yeah, and then also Chile. And I think that we ultimately were really just inspired by like the Chilean glaciers, because one, during our research, we realized that there are a lot of glaciers in Chile that are rapidly retreating, and however, there's not like a centralized glacier research system in Chile, and a lot of the research are underfunded, and there's not a way for everybody to kind of come together and dedicate their research in this region. So we really wanted to kind of explore that and set our site in Chile specifically.
Well, I actually think that's an answer to Adam's political question in some ways, which is like actually the siting of this gives a specific kind of attention to resources in a region that's under-researched. I mean, I think like that is a kind of political position on climate change and glacial melt in this case, you know, in some ways. I mean, it were gestures towards one, you know.
Yeah, so what a great project. And I really appreciate the discussion around it. I feel like Celine and Michelle, you could continue to work on it through the spring, and I think we would, you know, be delighted to talk about it even more. What I really appreciate about it is really the kind of the role of the designer or the artist in addressing these wicked problems. And I think in your case, it started with, you know, let's say kind of artistic inspiration, right? Or an idea about experience, or even the desire to make certain kinds of images. And I think that that has led you to this question of politics, you know? And so it just shows that some of these kind of creative impulses can be generative, that a political project doesn't have to begin with rhetoric, actually. And in a way, for me, what's really interesting about your project architecturally is that this kind of wrapper was somewhat superficial at first. You know, it was a way to make sense of the project formally. But I think this question of how do you mediate between inside and outside, both between this kind of ecological environment, weather, and these kind of conditioned spaces of creativity, I think that that can be taken on even further. And so I think that this kind of louver, this kind of media louver, is also maybe the beginning of ways to think about how to mediate some of these other questions of what is inside and what is outside, what is on display, and what is hidden. Because right now the louvers are kind of fixed. I mean, they move in as far as they're kind of saturated with time-based media on one side. But I wonder if there are other ways in which they can provide more of a gradient between what is inside and what is outside. So I think that that's really, really an interesting discovery, and one that in architectural terms, I would really love to see kind of developed further. I think that that's a really kind of a great prompt that you've kind of made for yourself. So really nice job, and congratulations, yeah. And so the final project of this morning's session, we have Ashlyn and Chris, and they are bringing us back to Houston.
Okay. Just making sure. Can you all see my screen? Okay.
Okay, so our project is called Tipping Point. I'm Ashlyn Hartville. I'm a fourth year interior student.
And I'm Chris Gashlin. I'm a fifth year Bachelor of Architecture.
Is it gone to the next page? Okay. So our project begins with the contrasting ideas that have festered within 2020. A large catalyst to this polarization has been the different responses to COVID-19, either through acceptance of life as normal or the acceptance of the need for public response. In our study, the events of this year, almost every event could be categorized as one side or the other, two completely different viewpoints operating with the same space at the same time. So within these two categories, an important distinction has been consumerism versus conservation, whether in a sense of health, economics, or environmental response. So Tipping Point envisions a future that must tip one way or the other, either the embodiment of consumerism or conservation in its entirety.
So an important precedent in our study was gerrymandering maps. And these are invisible divisions of space to split up people based on views, voting patterns, and other metrics. These maps led to thinking spatially about a site. Can a building take on the similar division of space based on viewpoint, user groups, and other things? In order to study this, we chose the city of Houston as the site for study, a city largely affected by gerrymandering and divisions of space. The project is located to the north of downtown Houston along the Buffalo Bayou. The city of Houston historically has lacked structured zoning and in turn created divisiveness within the city. A large cause of division is the value of land based on flooding issues of the bayou. As the world heads towards more frequent harm from lack of environmental concern, the city of Houston faces greater risks of flooding, especially along the bayou's edge.
So this diagram represents the overlapping of different ideas and how they begin to repel and separate from one another. Over time, there begins to be less traces of shared space between the two sides through spatial pushing and pulling away from each other. This begins to fully separate the two sides that become adjacent to each other rather than mesh together. And this shows kind of the initial stages of how we developed our building to create two separate spatial conditions that were fully intertwined but never connecting, just as our society has proved itself to be within 2020. And then we have this diagram that kind of represents the dividing walls within our building and how these divisions foster ignorance between the two sides. The spaces develop above and below the dividing walls as a foundation for the segregation between the two sides.
And so finally, we have two distinct spaces with the circulation entering either from one side down in the bayou or the other side more from the city. So going into the site plan, this project is occupying an entire city block with two distinct experiences rooted in conservation and consumerism. Just as people with different views exist within the same city, the conservation consumer portions of the building exist together. The conservation side is approached from the existing bike path along the bayou, almost 15 feet below the level of the buildings adjacent in the downtown area. Individuals proceed from the north tip below the consumer portion and end up above the southern tip entrance of the consumer portion. Likewise, the consumer portion is accessed from a parking garage on the southern tip of the building and circulates around the conservation portion.
This plan shows the first level of the building and how the entrances are on separate corners of the building. And it shows the retail entrance being oriented towards downtown Houston to cater towards the needs of urbanism, whereas the park is entered through the natural bayou landscape to kind of allow the nature to creep into downtown. And then this next plan just demonstrates the adjacencies of both sides, but also the absence of connection points in its present state. We imagine the retail side to contain spaces for rent, dining spaces, and a lot of social recreation, whereas the park side should have a lot of green park space, meditation, programs, small educational spaces, and a public gathering amphitheater.
So in this first section, we took a cut from the north tip diagonally to the south tip of the site. And in red is the consumer portion, and in blue is the conservation portion. But very different experiences that they definitely cross and kind of mix and go around each other. But there's always these dividing walls or different devices to split up the spaces and keep them to be separate experiences. And so from the bayou side, occupants enter from that bike path and circulate on an upward path to finally end up above the parking garage of the consumer entrance. And then from the consumer side, it's entered by car, by people walking along the city. They go into this building, and it's a very interior experience. They circulate above and under and around the consumer portion or the conservation portion. And then in this section, cutting along the other diagonal from the east side to the west side, again, showing kind of the layering of different spaces. In the red, the kind of very much more interior consumer feel to it. And then the floating sky bridge that houses the restaurant that's sitting above the consumer or the conservation portion below. And again, showing kind of this amphitheater that sits above the consumer portion, but you wouldn't really know that it's there if you're entering from the other side. So this is the full axon of the building. Again, showing the bayou and showing the surrounding buildings. And what we wanted to do was kind of isolate each side and talk about them, since they're different experiences, and what is it like to be the occupant of one of these experiences. So we start with the consumer side, which is in red, and again showing kind of how it's wrapping around this blue space.
So this view shows the consumerism being played out within the space. There is very little productivity or gain, but it demonstrates a community complacent with an established structure of life. The main benefits of the side are gaining possessions and economic hierarchies. And you can see the windows at the top are kind of frosted to block out what's happening on the park side above there. And so that's like a fully blocked off connection point that could be there. And then this next view shows people within the dining space buying their food, taking photos, and socializing within the space. Whereas like in contrast to the park side, they may be growing their own food, cutting down the energy. The cafe may use for transporting ingredients, cooking food, using energy to maintain the conditioned space.
So now we'll move to the conservation side, which is in blue. And again, showing how it comes under the consumer portion and kind of wraps up and around to this other tip where people can kind of look out and see the downtown area, but it's not there's not really a connection from that point to the rest of the city. So it kind of isolates you at that moment.
This view shows like the view upon entry into the park space. There's plenty of recreation space that would be filled with educational programs, public gatherings, and speeches, and farming. You can see the frosted glass and the big copper wall that conceals the retail spaces behind them. It shows the two sides living their completely separate bubbles because they would never know what's happening beyond those walls. And then this perspective shows the public amphitheater being used to share ideas. And you can see there's a lot more of a collective mindset for working together rather than focusing on individual needs with the consumerism side.
And so a big thing that drove this project was, well, like, can these sides just keep existing as they are, as completely different? And our view of looking into the future is that one side is going to take over. When these things exist so closely together, there's going to be a push and a pull, and we do see it as tipping one way or the other. So we wanted to kind of examine, like, what if we look about like 75 years into the future? What are the changing conditions? And so first we start with the consumer experience and what happens if it totally drives this space, and what happens to the surroundings. So we studied that, and it's kind of, this is a future look at the building, but this consumer mindset of lacking concern for the environment and kind of ignoring the presence of this growing issue. We see the water is kind of flooding the downtown area, different conditions having to exist, such as the roadways being elevated, possibly being elevated to the top of our building. And so the parking may now exist on the building instead of offering a park space on this side. And so within this, kind of the more conservation side becomes enclosed or becomes more consumer program.
So this is the previous view of what it was in the present, and our future look. If consumerism side expands, we think that the programs will develop in order to gain profit more so than the intangible benefits of the conservation side that it was designed for. You can see the public gathering amphitheater has been turned into more of a concert venue. There's vendors selling things within the previous recreational park space. And the highest point that was a park space is turned into the parking lot. Like we said, and if society progresses this way, we know that there will be damaging effects on the environment, which could lead to severe consequences within the outdoor spaces of this building, because the lower levels may be inaccessible due to water rising and such.
So now if we look at the conservation side, what would happen if that takes over 75 years from now, and how does it affect the surroundings? So we see buildings have kind of decreased in size or scale or have been completely taken out. We see the area, along the bayou as becoming a more open green space, possibly for wind farms or for farming kind of in these sites where potentially if it was flooded or if water did rise in an event like that, it wouldn't be as damaging. But we see that as kind of taking over the entirety of the building. The park space kind of wraps up and over the consumer portion, maybe for farms or for solar panels, just different things that show concern for the environment and kind of how it changes the overall condition.
And then, so that was the present view, but then if we move forward, if the idea of conservation outlives consumerism, it is expected that the conditioned spaces that were previous, like rental spaces, would evolve into educational spaces, greenhouses, and exercise rooms. The building has more open ventilation throughout than its like previously conditioned interior spaces, and you can see there's no longer the frosted glass and that big copper wall that was concealing more of the interior programs that were previously retail. And so if this is how the future pans out, the only problem with this side would be the lack of profit in order to maintain these programs and keep up with everything. But if society respects the more intangible values of human nature, we believe that this would be less of an issue because people would find a way to fund the spaces if that's what they valued. So
that's it.
If I could jump in. Also, hi, Chris. Good to see you again. And thanks, Ashlyn, for the presentation. Something that I was wondering about during your presentation is, who is the agent behind all of these changes you're describing? Or, you say these things happen as if these things are just a natural process that would occur no matter what, right? But you're describing a scenario that is not based on reality, right? So you are just like, all of these scenarios are not based on our current reality. So what I think you really need here is a narrative that is kind of a science fiction, where it is a dystopian worldview where you're saying these things are literally strictly like segregated zones of the population with different ideologies that literally don't mix and will destroy the other one, literally. And that this building is merely a representation of a broader political moment, because you're showing how the whole world changes around the building. The building itself does not cause that change, but it's part of a broader narrative that's kind of hidden right now in this presentation that would require that narrative to come forward, because I think that would be very important for this to like make sense, because we need to kind of grapple with it as a science fiction, as a representation of like almost a caricature of our current political moment, right? And what is your stance on it? Because I personally feel like you have a stance. It feels like you aren't saying it explicitly, but clearly the side that wins out is represented in a much more, typically beautiful way. You describe it as pretty. I feel like your authorship here, you are the agent of these changes clearly. So I'm just wondering if you could respond to some of that.
Yeah, I think an important part of like the program we were putting into the conservation side was spaces for education. And we read an article that was kind of talking about like we have to start to see being educated on these things as something that's not just like you get a college education and that's kind of has this like consumer benefit to it, but more seeing like education as something that affects the larger society. And I think it's very much up to the public of like, we have to start driving these ideas more into society and actually educating people about them. And I think that's kind of what we wanted that side to represent, of kind of being just one moment in the larger world that really pushes that idea. But again, I don't know, Ashlyn, if you have anything else.
yeah, I'm kind of thinking like, because a lot of the retail side is like rental spaces, and so it's really who ends up like buying out those spaces, and the park side is really just public domain. So it's just kind of how people end up filling up those spaces, because they are kind of ambiguous on what they could be and how they're filled, but the present state is just what we imagine it would be filled as a starting point. And so it's kind of just up to who.
I feel like that could also be like something, if those spaces are bought, like if there's enough value placed on like educating the public for this, like those spaces could be bought initially
Yeah.
for like those educational benefits, and then within the future it's kind of this idea of having to buy a space to teach these things has kind of declined over time.
I have like a comment and a question. And one of the things that I really appreciate about this proposal is it, you know, attempts to visualize something like polarization, which is a really kind of tough, I think, conceptual idea, especially when we're talking about, and I agree with Adam, I think there's a kind of political, I mean, in your word cloud of the split between conservation and consumption, I mean, like there are specific kind of political things placed in each category, and your building is red and blue. I mean, like, you know, there's a lot that's kind of like functioning, you know, around that quality of polarization. I think my question for you, and then I'll add the comment too, and it's kind of a question too, which is, you know, it's not entirely clear to me yet how this building, and maybe it's because you've moved kind of far away from it, how it engages with the notion of a time capsule. I mean, just to kind of be very frank, like I'm not sure kind of what is being kept or kind of thought about as kind of the object of such a kind of time capsule, you know? So that's the bigger question. But the other kind of pragmatic thing, and I appreciate a project built in Houston, is, you know, you place the conservation stuff, which is all outdoors, kind of in an area. I mean, Houston is not the place where I would want to spend like a ton of time outside, like all the time during the year. It can be a difficult place to exist outside, partially because it's humid, partially because it's heated. And one thing that all spaces have in common is like direct egress to the indoors because of like actual safety concerns, actually, right? So I'm curious how you kind of see this building as engaging with Houston, and that could be either conceptually or formally, because parts of your building also remind me of some of the new buildings that went up by Stephen Hall. That's part of the MFAH campus, right? The Glassell building with its like ramp, its green ramp, and like the Kinder building with its clerestory windows. I mean, like, so I'm curious about those two things. How is it a time capsule? And then how do you kind of think about something like the actual kind of physical conditions of Houston and how people would use these two spaces?
Yeah, I think in our first studies of a time capsule, it was very much about like finding something that's important in the current moment, kind of capturing that and presenting it within some amount of time to the future. And I think what we wanted to do was really kind of like encapture the idea of polarization and make that very visual for people to see. I think less about like it's something that's currently being occupied or interacted with. So I think it's less of a time capsule in that sense of like you're burying it and kind of hiding it from society. But I think it's more of a kind of like a representation of what's happening so that people can start to kind of get a more visual feel for that.
Yeah, I think it's less about like the ideas behind it and more about how it translates into the spatial conditions of how people are divided in 2020. And so that was like a big focus, was how spatially that could represent the divisions.
Yeah.
And also,
Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
I also think it's something about like we talked about, there's these two very contrasting viewpoints. It's kind of like if you look into the future, like they might view the time capsule in one lens or the other. So it's kind of like it's a building that's kind of moving with the people who experience it, and kind of changing with how they view it.
I mean, I took it as it's a time capsule of the urban context, you know, in terms of that you've set this up as using the idea of gerrymandering or like redistricting in order to kind of create a formal device for your kind of separation of your kind of two programs. And I appreciated actually like your showing how the kind of consumer and conservation sides could evolve over time from an aesthetic standpoint. But I think that was a question that I had, in that there could be a way to start registering this language more formally in the architecture as being representative of its time. Because, you know, like if you think about still the concept of districting, you know, there might be a line between one house to another, right? And there are probably very clear aesthetic differences that are differentiating one neighborhood from another neighborhood, you know, and I think that is tied to, you know, obviously like all sorts of political components like wealth, you know, ethnic backgrounds, and those all have kind of like still a formal language, but yet like the architecture, like I feel like there's a similarity between the two sides. I think you started to kind of address some of the what the formal differences could be between the consumer and the kind of conservation side. But you could have pushed that, or you could think about pushing that even more. You know, it's like, is this all still one kind of concrete and steel and glass building? Or is it, you know, wood in one area and, you know, a different cladding system? And that, so there's a registration of this time and this districting, and then do you see that change or evolve over the course of time as one system wins or plays or pushes out? So
yeah, I think one of our intents behind it was like the outside of the building remained very similar, so it didn't appear as two separate buildings as you approached it. But I definitely think the inside could go more extreme too. So
kind of building off what Adam said, as you guys were presenting, I was trying to the presentation was pretty flat in affect. I was trying to get a read on how ironic you guys were in this presentation, like who you were, if you were selling this project, who you'd be selling it to. And the person that kind of came into mind was like the most politically cynical, risk-averse developer you could imagine. Like someone that says, "Oh, I don't take political positions. I don't make stances. I will just make space for the people that are out there in Houston or in the city." And there's as a kind of polemic that's kind of interesting. It's like if that's the argument that Facebook makes about their algorithm. It's like, oh, it's a neutral algorithm. It's for everybody. We're just trying to generate ad sales to keep our company going. And I think that it brings up questions kind of outside of this project about the role of architecture in general, the kinds of decisions that we make about who we work for, whose money we take, how we work with people that we might not agree with 100% to push a certain agenda, how we can be political actors within working in architecture. I think that kind of the desire for neutrality, and I don't think you guys are just in the way that it seems like in your project you are advocating for one side over the other. I think that kind of pure political neutrality is impossible. And I think this project in a way kind of makes that really obvious in its own strange way that I really appreciate, that it is a kind of impossible, it's an impossible project. And this cynical developer might buy it, but it's not really, I think it's kind of impossible for architects to work in this way in the outside world at any sort of given scale. It's very thought provoking, and I appreciate the just as your building is doing all this folding over and interconnecting of things that don't normally go together. That's kind of how my brain was having to chew on it as you presented it. So I appreciate that a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking on such a complicated subject and to try to engage it architecturally. You know, I think engaging with binary distinctions is it's really impossible. And I think you did it, and I think in a way that I think challenges us to like reflect upon our experience both as civilians and as architects. And I think these questions about neutrality could also be followed by questions of opportunism. So how do you, and where there are trade-offs, not just spatially in buildings, but also in how we practice. I think it was in the context of this morning session, it was nice to be kind of reoriented from the vertical projects back to a horizontal project, which I think made sense to the city that you're dealing with. I think the question of gerrymandering is also a question of like kind of spatial reality versus appearance, is that we can have a kind of an image of an icon of a city, let's say, which is nothing like a gerrymandering map. And I appreciate that you tried to acknowledge this distinction between something that you see that everyone can identify with, but what our experience inside of it is completely polarized. And I wonder if that could be pushed further. So architecturally, your project is kind of formless in a way, or not legible entirely, in a way that maybe it could be. But I think it could also go in the other direction where the polarization could be expressed in a different way. But really great job. And I'm really grateful that you've taken on this kind of area of research and you try to do something with it. And I think you've done it. Yeah, great job, Chris and Ashlyn. We have reached the end of the first session. I kind of wish that everyone had a chance to see all 7 projects. There are 3 more in the next session. We're super lucky to have Andy join us in the second session. And David, Adam, and Lisa will move on to other things, although you're welcome to come back and see the rest. But before we go to take a quick lunch break for the students, I just wanted to know if there are any kind of closing comments for this morning session, either by students or by our visitors.
Well, I can just say, having chewed on this idea of a time capsule through my thesis year a number of years ago, it's been great, both being able to speak with you earlier in the semester and then be able to see this work and see all the different kinds of approaches and ways of thinking about it. Igor, salutes to you and to all the students. The work is really rich and thought-provoking. And I hope can be a stepping off point for you guys too, as you continue your academic and professional careers. A lot of really amazing ideas that can be built on in future work this morning. So thanks for letting me be a part of it.
Yeah, thank you as well. Thank you to all of you, and it's good to see a lot of familiar faces. I totally agree. The diversity of approaches that I've seen in terms of thinking about this issue is like very impressive. I think the research you were doing is really impressive. And in terms of like, what a time capsule means to you, I think it's really interesting to see how it's so different from group to group. And it would be interesting to like do a postmortem on this like process and see like where we ended up and see like a documentation of like all the different definitions of and interpretations of what a time capsule might be. Also just focus on your narrative, and you can always change that later. That's a very easy thing to change. So for comments where the way you're framing the rhetoric around it, I feel like that is something that really can be changed, and sometimes that might be worth spending a bit more time on. But thank you so much. Very impressive.
I want to reiterate just how great everyone's representational techniques were in all of the presentations that we just saw. I just think there was a lot of innovation in the way in which you were kind of conveying your project concepts. And I think you can definitely kind of see, you know, the qualities of how you represent an idea about like speculative architecture. And even this notion of kind of collage, and that, you know, collage is this, you know, it is actually kind of capturing the moment, or it's a way of collecting images that can convey an experience. And I think you can really kind of see that everyone really pushed their own projects, I think, aesthetically. And I just want to say it was really exciting to see.
And I'll save my comments for the end.
Hey, well, you know, I think I've shared the link of with all the student projects with the critics last night. So if you have any interest or curiosity, you can see the remaining projects in there, just to give you kind of a sense of how this topic kind of expands throughout the whole studio. And so thank you, David, Lisa, and Adam, and Andy and the students. I will see you back here in about 20 minutes. Thank you for these presentations. So welcome to our second session of Time Capsule 2020 Advanced Studio here at the School of Architecture. For the students, I would like to introduce our visitors in this afternoon session. We have Nicole Bouchard, who is joining us from New Haven. She's teaches at Yale and is also an associate professor at the University of Wisconsin at Milwaukee. And we're super excited to have you join this session. Returning, we have Andy Campbell from the University of Southern California. And then we have from the University of Texas at Austin, we have Corey Beeg, and we have Clay Odom, two graduate advisors and architects and designers on our faculty. I think that Clay, you have been on one of our previous reviews, I believe. And so maybe just for Nicole and Corey, just really a brief introduction to the studio is that it's a design studio. The research component was really to kind of look at how the time capsule can be seen as a kind of model for architecture, as a way of kind of capturing the present moment and as a tool for projecting into the future. Each student or group of students worked in pairs over the last 2 months, kind of developed their own research to kind of define kind of program site representation as kind of variables in one's kind of critical project. And I won't, because the project was in some ways kind of thematically specific, but otherwise quite open. I think it will be best if each student group kind of defines their own context for the project. I think you'll see that will be quite important. But I'll just, I did this in the morning as well, and I will just say that, you know, we spent the month of September kind of wrapping our heads around kind of through research, this kind of idea of a time capsule, and also of just being able to reflect on the present moment, which I think in some ways was kind of a difficult thing to do in 2020, but also something that seemed kind of necessary. So 2 months ago, after we had kind of researched time capsules starting from the kind of late 18th century to the present, one of the kind of quick exercises that we did, and it's not a slick exercise, but I think it's kind of helpful to kind of go back to it, is that we kind of created just this this kind of collaborative digital time capsule that kind of collected or combined objects, experiences, images, facts, stories, technologies that seemed emblematic of 2020 to us kind of collectively. And through that kind of density of information, students, kind of worked to discover connections that they kind of cared about kind of across some of these categories. And in a way, this would be kind of a way into the project for them to kind of figure out what it was as a kind of prompt that would kind of determine their research trajectory. So I just quickly wanted to show this image because it also captures how we have tried to work together as a studio. So I think it's been important at this particular moment in time as everyone is kind of staying at home, working from home. We didn't get to see each other in person, but we have found multiple ways to collaborate with each other, to talk to each other. And I think that was actually one of the really important aspects of working in pairs, was to kind of develop different scales of support in our creative work. So with that, I don't know if there are any questions that the visitors might have, or things that students would like me to add before we get started. But if there isn't anything, I will let Josiah and Cole start with their project. Then the second project of the afternoon will be Aldrin and Anne. And we will conclude the second session with Megan and Andrew's work. So Cole and Josiah, would you like to get started?
Yes.
Okay.
Give us 1 second, sorry. Hi, so my name's Cole.
I'm Josiah.
And our project is called Climate Proof Duluth. So when thinking about this year and how we could document and perhaps capture living in 2020, we couldn't help but think about climate change. A year marked with the deadly pandemic, racial injustice, and political strife. All of this seemed to play out on the backdrop of climate change, specifically marked with how cities became less polluted and the air cleaned as everyone stayed home and social distance. With our preliminary research, we almost immediately came across the fact that the climate zones of our country will dramatically change, leading to large swaths of the American South being uninhabitable or less comfortable than it is now. This will lead to unprecedented climate migration to northern parts of the country. And this particular article by the New York Times really struck us with this quote towards the end: "One day it's possible that a high-speed rail line could race across the Dakotas, through Idaho's up-and-coming wine country and the country's new breadbasket along the Canadian border, to the megalopolis of Seattle, which by then has nearly merged with Vancouver to its north," which sets the scene for this idea that America's climate zones will dramatically shift, leading to a new migration of people.
And starting off with this topic of climate change, we really wanted to analyze this, the United States and what kind of processes are going to affect it in the near future. And so starting off, we see the sea level rise. And so one of the aspects that we were understanding is that there's about 40% of America that lives on coastal regions, and this is anticipated to be flooded by 6.6 feet of water by the year of 2100. And then next, going on into wildfires with an increase in about 650% of increase in wildfires per 1.8 degree of Fahrenheit causes a lot of the lower regions that have these water flooding sea levels and the upper region of America. And then along with hurricanes, with an increase in category 4 and 5 hurricanes doubling by the year 2100, it will affect major cities along the coast, mainly in New York, hitting on an increase of population moving and disasters in these areas. Another one with tornadoes, an increase in water vapor concentration will actually increase the frequency and the quantity of tornadoes in the central part of America along Texas and Oklahoma. And then mosquitoes. Mosquitoes are carrying pathogens that can carry Zika or dengue. All these predicted to cause more of a need, and kind of we see this now with these kind of pandemics and the effect that viruses and diseases have on the nation and the economy. And then lastly, drought, which is one of the ones that hit us really strong, since drought and water, the freshwater usage actually crops use 70% of the world's fresh water. And so with this kind of lacking, it shows a need for a more care and helpful hand. And so now we leave off on what remains, and that is the Upper Peninsula of America, and a space that is a little bit safer, still has some of these impacted, but. And we go on to climate migration, and we actually analyzed I-35 and how it stretches from the southern part of Texas down from Laredo through Austin, and then actually ends in our new site of Duluth.
So kind of moving laterally in our research, we decided to look at the kind of larger context past climate change and just look at patterns that we see across the world. And so here we see different ages of time going back all the way to 1400 BCE, when this Sanskrit text was written about how water used to be cleansed by boiling it. Moving through different ways that people used to utilize and purify water, as well as seeing the relationship to global population across time. And then zooming in here to the near past and near future, we can start to see relationships between the explosion of population in accordance to the Industrial Revolution that took place not more than 200 years ago, as well as seeing how the temperature is rising from pre-industrial levels. And it's predicted that by 2200 CE, that the higher end of the prediction scale is that we could see a 7-degree rise in global temperature. And right now we're around, I think, almost 1 degree above pre-industrial levels. And we'll analyze this timeline a bit more in depth moving forward.
And then so looking at our site of Duluth, it is on the largest freshwater lake in the world. And it flanks the St. Louis River going down south. And then, as we said earlier, it is the ending point of I-35, something that's very familiar to us. And within Duluth, Minnesota, it currently has the downtown heart, which is a major port that matched the speed of New York in the early 1900s. And then down south, it has the suburbs. And then up in the north edge, it has the airport. So that is currently what is there. And then we are proposing a site that flips this angle on the other side of the tip northern part of Duluth to kind of anticipate for growth and expansion. And so one of the major things that we analyzed was were the industrial typologies and kind of the placement of these pieces throughout Duluth. And so, like I said earlier, it matched and if not surpassed the qualities of production that Chicago and New York had in the 1900s. And within these different layouts, it has steel mills, cement, grain, and all of these different typologies gave us a lot of inspiration for our own specific buildings. So with the first one being the Hugo Cement Center, that has different Boolean qualities of how they're rearranging and compositing their building to allow these containers. And then next going on to the grain elevators, which has these planar grids that develop their layout for where each grid is going to be placed for the grain storage. And then the ore docks that have sectional qualities for having boats and people and produce being distributed. And then the steel, Duluth steel, which has a formal complex of the towers and mega structure next to it. And so the main two that we looked into, delving deep into this, is the grid of the grain elevators and then the ore docks sectional quality. So within the grid, they use a 3x3 basins that are each square is about 30 feet by 30 feet. And then a circle within it, which is the actual elevator itself, which is 30 feet in diameter. And so the actual grid that we are specifically using is a 90 by 540 dimensions. And so that square grid. And then along with the ore docks, it is broken up into 4 sections with the foundation, circulation, structure, and then on top is the goods, or where they would basically deposit any kind of ore on boats or ships. And then next, we're going to look at the water of Duluth. So being flanked next to a Great Lake, it is connected to so many beaches and rivers and creeks. And so along these different bodies of water, there's 41 creeks, but 10 of them are impaired, and then 11 beaches where 5 of them are impaired. And so being impaired basically means that these have so many bacteria and contaminants that they become undrinkable and basically unusable. And so with this kind of conservation of water and understanding of it, we broke down the 13 different pump stations, water distribution stations around Duluth, and then 3 major buildings. So one being the wastewater treatment that kind of cleans the water, the Duluth steam plant, which is a position for powering and usage of the water within the downtown area. And so both of these are downtown. And then the water treatment plant, which is actually up north, right next to our site, giving us kind of inspiration for our own placement. And then going into kind of the cycle of the water, of understanding that the first Lake Superior going into the wastewater, or into the water treatment, and being able to produce 13 billion gallons of water, we want to kind of double this process in the anticipation for an increased group, and then how the rest of the water is being used throughout, going into the steam plant, powering the city, and then being able to be cleaned and then going back into Lake Superior.
So we just threw a bunch of information and data at you about a bunch of different things. And in order to consolidate this into some more concrete architectural forms, we decided that we wanted to create assumptions based on the conclusion that climate change will drastically change where people can live comfortably in the United States, and Duluth, the city, will become a desirable refuge. So we created a set of 4 assumptions to help us design our time capsule building. Assumption 1 is the global average temperature will continue to skyrocket. As we saw in the previous timeline, the average temperature is about 1 degree Celsius above pre-industrial average, and it's predicted to continue to exponentially grow. And countries across the world will need to do much more in combating climate change. And so I think here we created a series of events that we will predict and hope will happen in the future, such as in 2024, the US will continue to be a part of the Paris Climate Accords and move more aggressively towards fighting climate change. Assumption 2 is that Duluth's population will explode. As we mentioned earlier, we believe that rising average global temperatures will cause most of the American South to become much less comfortable to live in, leading to a grand exodus of people from the South to places that ring the Great Lakes, such as Duluth. Assumption 3 is that the current methods of water purification will become outdated in a couple of decades. So due to changing water patterns and widespread droughts, as we also mentioned previously, we believe that there will be an uptick in desalinating water due to the lack of fresh water sources on the continent. And this desalinating process will be advanced with a future nanotech filtering technology that we see overtaking the current methods of water purification. And then the final assumption is that our building, which we will be building a water treatment plant, will become obsolete, but that doesn't mean that it will no longer be inhabited. And so as Duluth begins to transition to nanotech filters in 2060, we see our building slowly transitioning in the next century from a water purification plant to a water education center and a new city hub where people can experience water. And so here we can see our research of industrial architectural typologies paired with the current water treatment technology will create the building, the water treatment plant that we want to build in 2020. But then we're looking forward to the year 2150, where we believe Duluth will hit a population of 1 million to then not escape obsolescence, but actually embrace it and become something new.
And so looking at the year 2020, so our current decade, we really wanted to talk about the process of water and how it is cleaned in its current capacity. And so within our building, we extracted the process and developed each one into their own object. So creating 7 different objects that actually express the water purification process. And so starting that actually at the end, at the end of our building, which is connected to the chute that drives you to the start of the water purification process and brings you out along the pink ribbon of circulation. And then topped off with the plinth that kind of allows for communal spaces and group spaces on top. And so delving into each part of our building, we start off with the circulation that is not only the circulation for the people, but the direction of the water itself. And so how it starts off into the collection tanks, into the aeration objects, into flocculation, into sedimentation, into filtration, chlorine, and then the chlorine chemical tower. And so all of these are able to develop our holistic water treatment plant. And then going into structure, as I said previously, having the plinth as its top piece being suspended and supported by the column and grid system used from the grain elevators, and then infilled with education spaces and admin spaces to give the citizens of Duluth an opportunity to be educated and informed more about the purity and perfection of water and how important it is into our future life and the future generations. And then looking at our site plan. So as I said earlier, we were having our building at the outskirts of the city because we really want to inspire growth and inspire as people move into the city, they continue to drive the city's population and buildings up to the northern reaches of Duluth itself. And so right now, currently, the only major neighbor to our building is the current water treatment plant off to the side. And within this, you can also see out on the far reaches of Lake Superior are our water cribs, which currently contain that 13 million, or the start of our 13 million gallons of water being pumped through our system, kind of moving that collection process away from current residents, but being able to be additive on as years go on, as the population grows. And so with the first plan that we see, this is our ground plan that really mainly expresses our structure and the major pieces that hit the ground. So having the waterfront and then the admin space that is wedged into the ground, allowing space usage not only through it, but on top of it. And then the chlorine tank and the flocculation, both reaching into the ground, acting as also support systems along with the grid that we described earlier. And then reaching into the last bit, which is what we were calling the amphitheater of the collection tank. So as on top of it, having that space as just kind of like an outdoor kind of communal and gathering spaces. And then a quick plan view of the chute that leads you to the true entry of our building. And then on level 1, you see the actual entry of the chute connected right over that waterfront beach area. The top level of the admin space, which is entered in closer to the exit of the building. And then we get into the different objects we have. So we have a cut through the filtration. And then this also is a layer that has more on the education side. So it has the rooms, the lecture halls, spaces within the middle, and then ending off with the waterfall, which is basically an additive part to the aeration. On level 2, this is more of the open area that has the outdoor patio spaces and kind of covered patio spaces by the plinth, and then also smaller intimate spaces. And this is also just another cut through 2 more of our objects, which are the sedimentation chamber and then the aeration and screening bins. And then within the roof plan, we have the ability to see all of our circulation through our building. So with one being the chute entry that leads you with a viewpoint, kind of a picture frame of Lake Superior and this idea of water that we're looking at, and then bring you back to number 7, which is our true entry, which is the start of the water process, leading you all the way through aeration, flocculation, and then having on the rooftop the catwalk that actually gives you another opportunity, not only through the building, but on top of it, to kind of see how these are capped off and used and expressed, walking through, and then ending off with circulation spaces, and then up here. And then finally ending off with the actual exit that leads you back into the Duluth landscape. And then this is a view of just this space is being used at the winter time of Duluth. Like right now, it gets very cold. Lake Superior freezes over, and it just causes the space to be very activated and very engaging and very playful and wonderful, and both for learning and experience.
So now the year is 2150. Duluth is a city of approximately 1 million people. Duluth has a climate similar to Dallas and other Sunbelt cities, and the climate year-round allows for more swimming and more water sports to take place. The city is encroached on this once rural site, and additional water cribs have been added to the lake to pump water towards our building. However, the objects that were once used for water purification are now obsolete due to the growth and use of nanotechnology filters that now process water faster and more cost effectively. In order to look at how we repurpose our objects that were once used for water purification, we decided to look at the past and look at how water has been purified and cleaned throughout history. So taking these 6 different steps, settling, boiling, aesthetic, siphoning, and filtration, and chemical processing, which have all been used throughout history at different points in time, we decided to look at this as a way to inspire architecture and programmatic decision-making and how we repurposed our objects. And so again, we're looking at plans, but now with habitable objects. For example, number 4, the chlorine tank is now an auditorium. Here, the filtration tower is now a light well with an exhibition space at the bottom. And the once flocculation towers are now bath and sauna rooms. Moving again through the plans to the 2nd level. And then on the roof, you can start to see that the tops of these objects have been removed to allow certain programs inside the objects to be exposed to the now more temperate and comfortable warm climate of Duluth. And so looking at a long section of 2150, we can see the 7 objects in order being held by this plinth, being occupiable and usable by the inhabitants of Duluth.
And so starting off with the first major object that changes its purpose is the aeration tank. So before it was being the three different pods of core screening, fine screening, and then aeration tank that actually adds air to the water, and then kind of converting these spaces into kind of this idea of aesthetic purification. And so using that concept of cleansing and cleaning the water into cleansing and cleaning yourself. And so having the 2 linear pods as reading and meditation spaces, and then the last larger pod as kind of cleansing, which is can be into spa or sauna or kind of anything that helps clean the body. And then this is a view just looking down into these pods and being able to see the circulation that's around it, circulation down in. And for the far left one, the major one, the entrance is actually at the top on the plinth. And then these 2 major splinter pods are actually, you lead down and then turn into each of their own. And then like we said earlier, having their roofs open up to allow better lighting, and more comfortable weather.
And so moving to flocculation, this was inspired by the boiling technique that was first utilized thousands of years ago, and to converting these into baths that then utilize the heat in order to clean yourself and to clean yourself physically. And so here we're looking at a section of a system of baths that all connect to one another and help you experience this once used water purification object. Looking more detailed at a section of kind of how this system could perhaps work, it'd be a series of these baths that were suspended inside these towers that then would be connected to the circulation on the exterior. Most important point to note about this is that the circulation platforms that were closest to the surface of the water, we actually imagine could be on a buoy system, so that when when the Great Lakes rise by about 6 inches by 2150, these platforms will be able to respond to that change and be able to elevate with the water rising. And here's a render looking towards those 4 flocculation towers and the circulation around it. And then the flocculation towers are adjacent to some of the education spaces that can be seen here.
And then moving on next into the sedimentation. And so early on, this is the ability just to get rid of any kind of lingering particles and chemicals that have been added to it. And so using scraper arms to kind of clean the water and get anything out of it, and then it is actually deposited through. And so we kind of took this idea of depositing and flowing, and then use this idea of siphoning to create an ambulatory space later on in 2150 that cuts through the lecture hall beneath it, brings you all the way up into an ambulatory space that views the waterfall leading in to Lake Superior, and then kind of bringing you back up onto the top plinth. So it's an exterior, it's an extra circulation cut, mimicking this style of siphoning. And then so seeing a section cut of that specific area of the waterfall and the just lower levels of water, and then leading you actually back up and through. And so starting at the second level, leading you all the way top to the roof.
And then the filtration space being converted into an exhibition space. And so the cutouts that we can see here follow the circulation on the exterior, which represents the settling and the components that float in water settling to the bottom. And the exhibition space at the bottom is a representative of the different things that can be in water settling to the bottom as people can gather here. Here's a section looking through that, seeing the different qualities of light that can come through this light well in the filtration. And here's a render looking from a pier that is off the southern side of our building, looking towards the southern elevation.
So that view not only showed the our filtration system and how that readapted, but also the chlorine spaces in the chlorine tower, the chemical tower. And so previously using this as a minor reservoir that kind of added any kind of chemicals, if need be, to the water, if any kind of purifications weren't finalized. And then we took this aspect of filtration and chemical, which are the later processes of purification, which have been developed in the last few hundred years, and kind of using filtration and chemical to readapt into an auditorium space and an observatory. And so within the auditorium space, having this a larger gathering space on top with a bunch of seating, and then kind of active play and rehearsal spaces below. And then it connects through with the piping seen in the left image to circulate into the observation tower, which has 3 cutouts that view downtown Duluth previously in 2020, current downtown in 2150, and then Lake Superior. And then this is a view of the inside of kind of this chlorine space being used, and as shows and auditorium space, just to give an effect and feel of how the lighting in the space itself works. And then this is a view of the chlorine tower, kind of looking back at the building itself, and then Lake Superior, and how much has changed and the process that is currently going on. And then to finalize with this final image of 2150, we are reaching out to the past to analyze the rich industrial and purification process to be represented and glorified today. So when these methods and styles become obsolete, are appreciated to a greater extent. Encapsulating our objects, so in the attempt to encapsulate our objects as a time capsule of the Louvre 2150. Thank you.
Well, I guess I can start. First, I want to just say I really appreciate your presentation of the project. I think it's really thorough. And I really think it connects the idea of the studio to the final outcome in a really great way. I think it's really clear what your approach is and what the concept behind the project is. I think what's sort of interesting is the initial precedents that you selected, these kind of industrial machines, building machines in a way, are built on kind of two premises. One, either is built to function, and then anything that doesn't function in the project is built as cheaply as possible. So you have these really articulated industrial, machines that are wrapped in like the cheapest architecture you can imagine. These kind of shed roofs and really as miniature as minor as they need to be. And so I think what's interesting is when you think about adapting and reusing something that's either cheap or functional, you've through time, as function decreases, that functional construction becomes the cheap construction, right? So it no longer has function, but it now becomes cheap. It's just space at a certain point where it's no longer functioning. And I think what's a little unfortunate is that as you adapt it, you're adding function into that new cheap architecture only. And so by doing that approach, you have to think about this not only in 2150, but also 2250, 2350. And if you keep pursuing that logic, you're just building into itself further and further and further. And so the one step I think I would have you consider is with each of these phase changes is to actually think about how do you add material? Like what's the new function that you add into the cheap material? So if you're replacing function with cheap, what is the new function that comes in? Like could housing become part of this? Could something else become part of this that then allows it to actually grow outwardly? So expand instead of always contracting into the functional architecture. How does it start to expand out by increasing function as it goes? And I think that's an interesting part that would play into your narrative too, which is, I think it's really interesting to have this thing as an experiential kind of museum of its current functioning, like the water treatment. We can go in, learn about it, watch video, go to presentations, go to lecture halls and labs. But I wonder if there's another narrative that could foresee its transition coming. So not just about it of the time, but also about what it's becoming. And I think about like suburbs, you always have those big signs that say, future site of the Grove or whatever, future site of, and there's all these kind of inspirational ideas of what the next function is going to be. And so I wonder if it's a way, not just to explain how it currently is functioning, but also to explain how it's going to transition into these new functions in the future. So not just about what it is, but also about what it's going to be, and then weave that as part of the narrative so that it's not just, it feels a little bit like there'll be a day where you hit the switch and then you have to move over to the next thing. And I think it'd be more of a transitional thing where, over time pieces get added and that vision, that future vision 2150 is something constructed between now and then, as opposed to a switch that's turned off. But overall, I think it's a really interesting, really great premise, great project, and really nice drawings of it. The maps are really beautiful. The kind of timeline diagrams are really great.
Thank you. Your comment was also great because we have on a Moreau board our just understanding of assumptions, and one of them was technology and how building can adapt. And we were talking about nano and how can we get into these spaces and really fix them up. So that's a great comment. Thank you.
And maybe related to some of Corey's comments and questions, something I just will echo, it's a super impressive project. I'm still trying to digest, half an hour of really intense research and storytelling and visualization. So just high fives on that. But a couple things came to mind as you were presenting. One is wondering, I've never been to Duluth, but I imagine it's similar to other Great Lakes kind of post-industrial cities. I live and teach in Milwaukee too, and like this made me think, you know, I wonder if you ever considered looking at the kind of vacant industrial relics, if there are some in the city, and thinking about this kind of idea of like repurposing these existing buildings or bones that are there and kind of inserting your piece, and then allowing it to transform over time as you have it. And I'm not trying to throw a wrench into the project, but it just seems like it's something that very kind of quickly came to mind as you were presenting, as opposed to kind of picking up. And to be honest, in like outside of Milwaukee, there are many facilities like these kind of on the outskirts of the city, like along the edge of the lake, Lake Michigan in that case. But anyway, just something to think about, this idea of like really pushing the kind of repurposing aspect of the project from the start to the finish. And we don't know where the finish is. It's hundreds of years from now. That's one thing. Another thing is, I was also kind of wondering about the kind of expansion or growth of this thing, and wondering how you determined the sizes. You have your kind of 7 objects, which are purifying water, but you're also saying that population is kind of ever increasing as people migrate to Duluth. And so I was thinking, like, how are you kind of thinking about the numbers and the quantification of the water you're purifying? And are these objects built for like a kind of maximum water level? Or is there a kind of idea in the architecture that this thing can kind of expand or be more flexible to like take on more water, but then also to take on more people as they come and come and come and come? So that's one thing I would question. And maybe I think you've set up this kind of very flexible infrastructure, which is, you know, an ode to the kind of industrial architecture that you're looking at with the kind of grid system and the really cheap and really functional architectures that Corey was mentioning. And then another question I have, thinking about the kind of longer term, like big picture down the road, is wondering if it would be worth considering this to be a kind of future method of development, not just for Duluth, but for the kind of Great Lakes region, thinking that, you know, if everyone's moving here, how can these ideas that you've started to discover here in Duluth be kind of tweaked and adapted and kind of refined to address a variety of these kind of Great Lakes cities? Because you're basically telling us like everybody is going to be coming here, right? But the situations are like, you know, it's not a kind of cookie cutter, like copy paste necessarily, but I think it's a kind of like, you know, phase 10, like very big picture down the road thing to think about and consider. But yeah, great project, really, really thought provoking. I mean, actually one last question or comment, and I think it's hard, it's such a like massive project. But as you were showing the map and basically saying like doomsday is coming, like America is going to shrink from this to this, I couldn't help but think like, what's your attitude about and your kind of position about like what happens to all of those places and that land once people pick up and leave, right? Like I think for me, like the question of the tone of the project and your position on like what's left behind and like what's kind of projected in the future is really important to think about and maybe to be more explicit about. But yeah, incredible work.
Thank you. So we'll, I think, really just quickly kind of juggle back between the two of us, your, I think, 4 questions and like kind of, yeah. So the first one, we actually really had a bunch of thought and discussion about what the tone of our project was. And we thought, well, should we build like this like Terra bubble in like Phoenix where it will be like 120 degrees every day, you know, in 2150, and like try and fight climate change and get people to stay in these now desolate places? Or should we sort of like run towards the north where it will be safe, but we'll have huge population growth and there'll be need for new infrastructure? And I think that's still a question we probably have and could better define what the tone of our project was. We kind of kept saying like this sort of like, you know, almost pessimistic future positive, I would say is probably the theme of our project, where, you know, pessimistic in that we believe climate will probably change to +7 degrees Celsius by, you know, 2200, but we'll be able to build these interesting ways of, you know, thinking about water in the now safe havens of America. So I think that's kind of how we thought of that. And then
so on your method of development, like I think that's a great context. We just took a lot of inspiration from Duluth and like how that could work here. But I mean, this process of water purification is an American process. So this could easily be represented and distributed throughout different cities in this major area. And then going on to your topic about expanding on size, we actually, to get the size of these calculations, it wasn't just the 50,000 square feet that Professor Igor suggested to us. It was actually based on the current water treatment plant and how much each of these things can hold and like what they produce. So with the 13 million gallons of water produced, I think it can actually go up to 50 million if there's like some increased need. So the current one can go up to 50 million. We're adding on our own 13 million that has the potential for 50 million. And then like we were talking about,
this is gallons, right?
Yeah, gallons. Yeah. And then with the water cribs itself, having them be an additive function. So in 2020, having one that can collect it. And then as it goes from 13 million to 20 million to 40 million, it adds on water cribs. And so that expanding as it expands with the population.
And I think what we did is you mentioned it, we like where, did you guys just like pick a point in time and like meet that predicted need in the future? So I think we looked at like 2150 at 1 million people in Duluth and thought, okay, what could we build? What size treatment plant could we build for 1 million people? Knowing that, it probably wouldn't have to grow past that point because nanotechnology would then surpass the need for these objects. So I think we built these up to size for the max capacity that we think we would need to reach before nanotechnology took over. So I think that's what, like, to answer that question. But again, all of these questions you bring up, I think are great for us, like pushing this project even further because there's a lot of things unanswered.
Yeah, it seems strange. I mean, to me, I love the project too. And I think from where it was when I think I got to see a little bit of this previously. So it's nice to see it come to this sort of final state. But I do still see it as being, I mean, to me, it's strangely future positive. And sort of retro future positive as well in terms of its visualizations, which I really dig, but I think that we kind of gloss through that because that has a certain kind of connotation as well. But I think I think you are missing some of those connecting the dots. And granted, within a studio project you can't connect every dot, but I do think the sort of notion of localized large scale infrastructure and the notion and counterpoint with that with like distributed infrastructure and the implications of that for urbanism, I think is really interesting. Because I do think, in some ways this is kind of like the next version of like a Highline project or a loft project where you've taken a industrialized building and you've occupied it with new things and kind of sexy things, which is great. I'm all for that, but I think there is that other aspect of that growth and the intensification of development and the sort of shrinking of the country into these little pockets that I think you should really think about. And how does this project play into that? And as people lose sight of what these things were, it goes from like infrastructural to didactic to sort of purely experiential. And does it matter if we lose the meaning of them along the way? I don't know, but I think it's something that you really should be foregrounding a little bit more because I think you could. So, but I do applaud the general work of the project and the overall kind of like goals of it. But I think it could be expanded on really easily and become even more exciting.
So I'll maybe briefly jump on top of what Clay's saying, because he said a lot of things that kind of rang true for me as well. I really liked your retro future people. And I think like that gloss is kind of an interesting, it's an interesting temporal placement for what you kind of want to do. And I also really appreciate that you start with the water treatment plant. I mean, I think there's something really kind of remarkable about kind of beginning from that place. And it seems to me, I think you make a good case for why a water treatment plant would meet a local need instead of just being a kind of choice that you kind of drop into this other context. But I kind of want to echo Clay a little bit and say like the project kind of gets fuzzier to me as we go forward into the future. Like I think kind of the closest typology that I think about what you end with is something like an entertainment pier or something like, and I'm not sure actually kind of what function that serves or who is going to visit a spa and auditorium and educational complex, So I think like there's something in the kind of thinking through of the use value of the building. I think you do a lot of thinking about repurposing and what the spaces conceptually are and how you can conceptually parallel in the repurposing what the spaces were. And I think maybe that's a little too tidy in some ways. Like, I actually think there might be some kind of thinking around kind of cohesion of the space in the far future, you know, that I think is just not quite yet there either. But listen, the complexity of what you put together, the data visualizations, the kind of interesting thinking about the history of water and the treatment of water. I mean, there's so much to really kind of glom onto here and really kind of be proud of. So whatever comments I'm making about that future kind of state of the building, I think they should also be seen within the context of like, yeah, I'm really impressed by the depth of research and the kind of, and your kind of thinking through of this.
Yeah, so we will have to move on. Although this was a really nice warm up for the second round of reviewers, but really fantastic job. I mean, I think there is so much in the project that it's really kind of like approaching kind of a thesis project in the absence of a kind of a thesis program at our school, which we don't have. So I hope that, Cole, when you come back from Denmark, and Josiah, when you finish your last studio and we can all travel, that you can take a road trip to Duluth, maybe go to Laredo, and then like make the full stretch.
All the way up I-35, all the way up?
You know, yeah, the whole way, and just kind of, you know, see what you find when you get there. I'll just say one thing in that, like, now that the project is in its final iteration, both conceptually and aesthetically, I find it to be less future positive because in a way, I think the way that the project reads in a certain way is that you've constructed a playground, which is the kind of playground in 2150 that Austin is in 2020. And that actually what you're doing is, it's not that the rest of the world, the rest of the continent isn't habitable. It's just that Duluth is more nice to be, more comfortable and more of a playground than, let's say, Laredo, you know? And so to me, there is something like also kind of neoliberal and unsustainable about saying like, well, you know, this like old relic will become like a kind of an entertainment pier, but this kind of playground. But I also find that kind of selection of programs meaningful if that's what you're trying to say, that you're actually not being utopian, but you're working with this kind of language of like, things actually never work out the way that we want them to work out. Like the High Line is not the public space that it was supposed to be. It ended up being a playground for the rich that encouraged like a more, you know, luxury development around it. So I think there is a complexity to it. And I think that the kind of the graphic quality, I mean, it's kind of 1950s, which we talked about, but it's also these kind of superheroes, this kind of like comic strip aesthetic that kind of plays into that. So anyway, I think we can all project onto your project in so many different ways because of everything that you brought to the table. So thank you so much, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Anne and Aldrin, and they're taking us to Washington, D.C.
Hi.
Hello. Everyone see the screen fine?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm Aldrin.
I'm Anne. Okay, so hold on. Okay, our project began by taking lists of major events within. We not only explored the pandemic, but we also explored different experiences that what increased our relationship with nature, digital media, and our decreased relationship with people. Outside of experience, we dealt with intense sanitation, injustices within society, and polarization of the country. All of this information brought to the conclusion that something we all share is a heightened sense of concerns. We decided after all this research to tackle the issues of economy and public health specifically. for 2020, the country had a rapid increase of COVID cases, businesses shut down, and people lost their jobs. These issues have even heightened since the beginning of the studio. Outside of 2020, the economy and public health are important because of the ongoing constant issues within these disciplines. Our project pushes new relationships with ourselves in these two disciplines, as well as a new relationship between economy and public health. And when we started to think of where this project should be, we decided that there was no better place than Washington, D.C., where these two disciplines are most at play. This map you're seeing is showing all the major contributors to public health, to the public health sector and the economy. We wanted our building to contribute to the progression of these disciplines, and we decided that a program based on research and information would be the most beneficial to progressing future issues and past issues that are still coming about. And so then we took this map and looked at just where research centered places were. And we wanted and as you can see, it's very lacking. There aren't very many. And so this was a confirmation for us that we wanted to have a presence on our site because we wanted people to go there and we wanted it to be used and we wanted it to be stand out. And so for the lack of research centers in the area, ours would definitely stand out, and we would also be the only one that has two disciplines under one roof. We also think that these two disciplines are good at collaborating with each other, especially during a crisis like this. There have been many in the past, not only just with a pandemic, but with inequality and injustice and unemployment. And so we decided that this was the best site for us. And then also being in DC, we had a fear of being overshadowed. To solve this, we chose to be within the National Mall to stand our ground against other monuments, because these monuments have so much presence and we wanted to achieve that same presence. So we are across from the Smithsonian, which is a monument that we could align with similar in so that we weren't overshadowed in size and scale. And then this drawing here is showing all of the monuments kind of in our area and what is across in our viewports. The White House, the Smithsonian, the Washington Monument, behind us is the Lincoln Memorial and the Reflecting Pond, and the World War II Memorial.
So within our conceptual studies, we were always interested in, like Anne said, having an urban presence. So within these conceptual studies, we showed that our building would be lifted up on legs, sort of a pedestal to oversee the city. And also this conceptual section shows how we early on plan to tackle intersections of volumes between distinct disciplines in order for them to collaborate and interact. And this is a three-dimensional version of that in the urban scale. And zooming in, we also wanted to reference the Washington, D.C.'s axial lines for the reason being orientation within these current monuments and the viewing corridors for such. And this is a three-dimensional version of where we are within the urban scale of Washington, being within, like mentioned previously, within the National Mall. And the sort of zoomed in version showing the current most proud monuments within that strip. Zooming into our site, we're mirroring the current Smithsonian in the axis of the White House. And we're also linking towards the park path as well, with the dash line showing again the viewing corridors to these respective monuments. And it's a quick overall view of our project in all axes, just demonstrating our production of intersecting volumes, fragmentation, and circulation, which we'll get into. And just showing the entrance to the project within the park paths and also the street side.
Yeah, so using the axes from the site as a reference for considering viewports, we also use the axes to create a complex system of movement within our circulation loop. This has a symbolizing effect to the experience of 2020. It's complex, disorienting, and brings one into a state of confusion, but a state of confusion where you want to discover more. And like 2020 was, the loop is a complex system that gives the users the feeling of the unknown. It's complex because it branches off into different experiences led by the user. And when we took these ideas into 3D, we can you go to the next slide?
Sorry.
We took these ideas into 3D so that we could start playing with how these qualities of disorienting, complex, and confusion could come alive. And it was also the beginning to seeing how we could introduce vertical circulation, which was important so that we could reach the height of a similar height of the Smithsonian across from us. And so then after we kind of played with the idea of the loop, and one of our main ideas for program was fragmenting the space, because we wanted to break hierarchies within the Institute, and programs for each discipline are fragmented and interspersed within one building. And the fragmenting then creates just interstitial space that encourages the disciplines to be in constant communication with one another. Also, because this fragmentation begins to birth a complex circulation system, so it kind of mirrors our initial idea for a crazy circulation loop. But then this is kind of a diagram showing it all together. Main points from this is that on each of the floors, there's no one floor for each discipline. All programs are divided by program type, not discipline type, though there are areas where the disciplines do need their separation that is given to them, and it is in a private area that is not interacting with the loop at all. And as for main program type, and so then this is the program loop. It, as you can see, is kind of like the conceptual one. We we took it, so it crosses through the atrium a bit, which we will mention in a second, and it goes all the way and circulates up to the 6th floor. And this is the circulation loop within the programs. And so the programs are kind of basically broken up into 3 different areas. The white is public space. And so another thing with our research center is we didn't just want it to be for the 2 disciplines. We wanted this to be an actually progressive building, and you can't be progressive without the public seeing it and interacting with it and pushing you to do better and pushing you to work together. And so a lot of the floor plan is given to public space for libraries, exhibitions, information galleries, auditoriums, places that the public will want to go to and interact with, so that it's not just the 2 disciplines working together, it's the 2 disciplines working together for the people, which was an important part. And as I said, the atrium. So the atrium is in the center of this whole fragmented building, and these volumes kind of cross over each other and break into the atrium, creating different viewports, not only from the outside to see the monuments, but you're inside seeing different viewports into different spaces while you're on the loop. And so you can question, how do I get there? Which turn was I supposed to take to get there? And it's also kind of an exposition in itself of people, and you're seeing people in their certain collaborative areas or just walking around the loop in general.
So the possibility for to introduce a public engagement within our project stems from lifting it up onto its legs. So this is a diagram showing the leg volumes and the possibility for an underpass to be created as sort of a widened promenade for the public to use and view into the building itself. This is seen better in the plan, as you can weave in and out of these legs within the promenade. And this image is showing what a user would see once they look up from underneath. And this is showing the intersecting volumes of the different disciplines, the loop being exposed, and also, most importantly, showing the collaboration within the building itself. As you progress through and move up to the project, like we mentioned before, you're met with these decisions that evoke different emotive qualities that could be stemmed from your particular experiences from 2020. So this is it begins as soon as you enter the project. This is sort of the reception space. And as you can see, there's already, the loop branches off into two distinct corridors. And within the whole project, you get glimpses of brief moments of relief in regards to light, space, and material. It's another image showing part of the loop being exposed to the exterior while quickly being compressed once again into a tight corridor, just reinforcing our idea of sort of tension between the loop, the volumes, and its relationship to your experiential quality of your 2020 experience. And again, moving up, what was really important is orienting these views seen in section. And this image shows one of those relief moments as you come out of a tight corridor, opening up into the atrium space in one of the public program. And this image showing the cafe. And again, referencing the axes of Washington presents us with particular moments such as this image showing a destined office space with the light piercing through the aperture in the morning. So where people using this space are kind of encouraged to look out and see, in particular, this view, the Washington Monument, and sort of be reminded of their values and their sort of mission in reforming policies within this institution. And again, showing these views are also possible within the corridor. And this one showing a view out into the White House as you walk up the steps. And thinking about projecting into the future, what would happen after this building would basically be out of operation. The promenade or the public space below would still be in function. And users within this space can continue to collaborate on reform or use with other open-ended activities. And also our project would now be this sort of sculptural memorial, and its remnants would remind us about the efforts that the people took in reform within the public space. And as a concluding image, just showing all of the important or similar sized scale monuments and memorials within our project, or within our site, sorry, as sort of like an objective comparison between our attempts at breaking the boundaries of these sort of memorials, and sort of also breaking hierarchies by fragmenting program and circulation, and sort of a porosity within our project that encourages public engagement that these monuments are missing. And that is our presentation.
Great. Maybe I'll start, which is to say thanks for the presentation, Aldrin and Anne. And I think like what I appreciate about it is the kind of pluck to cite on the National Mall. I mean, I think that's really, I mean, it shows a kind of scale of ambition in terms of kind of how you're thinking about what you want to do. And I appreciate you kind of going for it in that way. And it also then presents some like, you know, conceptual challenges, I think, to deal with, right? So each building on the mall functions not only kind of for what they're supposed to be kind of used for, but also symbolically, you know, and that's true of any building in any place, obviously, but on the National Mall, it's even more kind of intensified maybe. And, you know, maybe the exception being the Hirshhorn, one of the things that defines the National Mall too is that there aren't buildings really on legs or stilts, you know, like that every building is kind of grounded because there's this idea, whether it's true or false, that like, you know, everyone's on a kind of in a democracy, everyone's on an equal playing field. I mean, again, you're in the super rich symbolic terrain, so you're like, so your building's gonna be kind of pressurized in that way. I guess what's unclear to me, there are a couple things that are unclear to me. One is some of the conceptual language that you use, because I'm torn between kind of describing it as fragmented versus integrated. It seems like you're not actually asking to fragment these disciplines. You know, the project essentially brings disciplines together rather than fragment them. And while the kind of formal process that you went through may have been about fragmenting space, ultimately, I think you're looking for a place where these two kind of disciplines can come together. So I would just kind of push you on some of the language that you use to kind of describe the project. But the other part of it that, you know, I kind of think is worth thinking about is you have these kind of spaces for public interaction and engagement, and it's not all clear to me yet what that is. Like, what is an exhibit in a space like this, or what is you know, and you have several spaces where, you know, you say that there are exhibit spaces or cafe spaces to invite the public in, but I'm not convinced, given the kind of the disciplines that you're talking about, that actually that is maybe the most desirable thing. And if the public is not, if there's not a good and specific place, I think, for the public, then my question would be, why cite it on the National Mall? You know, so I think like it kind of leads back into this question about kind of publicity and kind of the kind of symbolics of a building on the National Mall too. So I would just maybe push to think a little more specifically about what the role of the public is here, and whether or not this is a building that's really like a think tank or a, you know, or a policy institute, at which point maybe it should be cited on K Street or J Street or, you know, wherever in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I would add to Andy's comments. I think, you know, usually sort of shy away from buildings that are based on the premise of views, just because sites change so much and views are so unstable. But if there's one site in the United States that is based on view, it's the National Mall. And there's so many regulations, like this building can go there, that size building, no building can be taller than the Washington Monument. Everything needs to keep a view corridor from this to that. So there's like all these regulations. And I think, you know, what you've done is sort of ignore a lot of those and allow this thing to occupy a space that by ignoring them becomes prominent. Like you've located it, you've intersected view corridors, a lot of your renderings are about your view from your building outward to the site. So it becomes, in a lot of ways, a dominant project, and it subverts a lot of the hierarchies that are already existing on the site. And I think all of those can be good things. But I think what becomes really important is exactly what Andy's talking about, which is, if that's true, what is this a program for? And, you know, if it's a program just for think tank, you know, is that enough of something that's inclusive to everyone, that to be part of that experience, that it warrants that kind of intervention within this very stable and ordered fabric? And so I just think it needs a little more resolution. I do really like the building itself. I like the geometries. I really like the kind of maze of ramps and stairs that you had in the one diagram. I wish a little bit that maybe your project, I mean, maybe this is a way to think about it. If it is something that's so actively intervening within that existing order and infrastructure, does it have to be only a building? Can it be another system that starts to intersect within that organizational system? In which case that one diagram actually becomes the building, where it becomes something that repeats not in one location, but in multiple locations in multiple different ways. I think by constraining it to one building and going back to that kind of traditional idea of building, I think it actually goes a little bit away from all of the agency that you create by coming up with an idea that intervenes and also dislocates that existing fabric. I mean, I think it's the right kind of style to build in deconstruction, because it's about transparency. It's about exposing the systems of, in this case, a building, but it can also be about exposing the systems of the infrastructure behind it. But so I think in that respect, it's really good, but I do think that it can be a little more ambitious in how it engages that existing order and fabric at a much larger scale. But otherwise, I think some really nice imagery there and some good ideas.
Yeah, I think to comment on the choice of siding, we thought that if we were, one of our initial schemes was actually lifting it up within the urban fabric of Washington, on the streets that you mentioned. But we thought that we got just overshadowed by the density of buildings there. So we thought by placing it in an open field next to these other monuments, that we would be able to be seen and be engaged more with.
Mm-hmm. But I kind of think that's the problem, that you're thinking about the building and not about the systems that the building is, or the program that the building is affecting. So like you're thinking about, you need to be able to see the building, but really you need to be able to see the effect of the building and the effect of the programs that you're creating, which is more systematic, more widespread. It can't be an object, it's more than an object.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, it does. I mean, to me, it does. I mean, I think all those points are definitely well taken. But I mean, I think ultimately, if we just look at the thing, like I'm just looking at it as the thing that's there now. And so to me, I think at first I was like, it's using sort of strategies that link back to deconstruction and these kinds of approaches. But to me, I think Andy kind of brought that forward too, in terms of it's actually not fragmented. It's actually an assemblage project, right? It's seeking to synthesize disparate elements into a cohesive kind of like condition, right? And in that way, I think you can start to make, and you didn't make this explicit, but it goes also to what Corey was talking about. Like it does have a bigger reach, right? It's the map is not the territory to cover up another kind of thing. I don't know. I'm mixing too many things here, but like it does extend beyond itself. It seeks to synthesize the surroundings, right, in terms of views and these kinds of charged kind of locational icons. And so I think you could be a little bit more explicit about that aspect of it in terms of synthetic, in terms of an assemblage of parts, and in terms of assemblage of program. I like the idea of using the circulation here in a different way than the previous project, because I think this actually makes sense relative to how people actually engage Washington, D.C. You are walking around, you kind of dip in and you leave. The institutions do have these concealed kind of workspaces and think tanks that are embedded in all of the Smithsonian, even in the White House and all of these things. You see part of it, you don't see everything. So I don't mind it from that perspective. But I see it as an assemblage project, and having that heterogeneity that seeks to sort of yield some kind of unified kind of image of itself with still a little rough and tumble around the edges. To me, that's kind of like e pluribus unum. It's kind of like the United States in an idealized way, right? It's about an assemblage of heterogeneous elements, people that make up this kind of weird world. And so, I think you could, but I think you didn't say that, but I think you could start to make that argument. So, and I really love the drawings and from where this was, I mean, my God, this is like so much more intensified, so much more exciting, and really kind of great. And so from where it was even just a few weeks ago. So there's a lot of work there. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Maybe on the topic of heterogeneity and the drawings, I just wondering if you could speak a bit about your choice of this type of representation you're using.
Well, in terms of I guess the color scheme, we thought it sort of just matched the the sort of state of where we're at right now, sort of like this black and white, morbid type of style. I don't know if Anne you had other thoughts about representation.
I wouldn't say like morbid probably isn't the right word. Like it was kind of just, it brings a certain intensity, I guess, to like it like just automatically black and white, even the renders, it makes the point come across as a little bit more clear. I would think so. And I think it's powerful, and I'm a huge fan of color, so this is a different kind of project for me, but like I really do think that the black and white was good. I don't think this project would be as effective in if it had colors.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I ask just because I appreciate the desire and the intention to have this kind of like powerful visual reading and this clarity. But as you were speaking about the project and using terms like the kind of mixing of disciplines, I was looking at the work being presented and trying to understand like what disciplines are being mixed and how they're being mixed. And it's very difficult for me to understand that as a first-time viewer of the project. And so I just wonder if there's a way that you could keep with this kind of morbid black and white kind of vibe or tone you're going for, but to be much more explicit about this kind of intersecting of disciplines, this collaboration between people. At one point, I think you used a term like disciplines working together for the people. And my question was, where are the people? And I'm not saying you have to like throw people all over the place and like every rendering and every drawing and stuff, but I think the way we draw and make things has a huge impact on the way we think about them. And so I don't think, for me, I don't like the word representation, even though I asked you about it explicitly, representation, because I think it's more about it's about much more than making a pretty picture, but it's a way of thinking, right? And so I would just, it also seems like you're making a critique, like the last sentence you used, Aldrin, was like kind of positioning your project as a critique of these other monuments which are surrounding it, I think. And I would say like right now, the image we're looking at, like it's different in the sense formally, but materially and otherwise, it doesn't seem like it's so much different just in this one image that I'm looking at on my screen right now from the buildings that are adjacent to it, across from it. And so I would see if through the way you draw this thing, the way you diagram it, if you can be much more explicit about these ideas of the disciplines that are mixing and collaborating with one another, if you can be much more explicit about how this is a building for the people, maybe people at different scales, like small groups of people, larger groups of people in large public spaces, etc. You also used really provocative terms to describe your architecture, like it's complex, it's disorienting, it's confusing, it's unknown. How can you maybe diagram or draw these kind of moments specifically in your project to help communicate those better? Because at the moment, again, because everything was rendered as this like very homogeneous, not heterogeneous at all, a very kind of homogeneous space, it's difficult to understand specifically, I think, like these moments that you're referencing very specifically, but for me, I can't see them specifically in the way you're presenting or representing the project.
So, yeah, great job, Aldrin and Anne. I agree with Clay, who has seen your project before, that this has developed in a way that's really provocative. And I congratulate you on that development and that achievement. I think it's, the question of representation is an interesting one. I think in a way, what you've done a really good job kind of pivoting away from this kind of pressure to make the project seem real according to certain kinds of expectations, so using a kind of a load of entourage, I mean, in a way that starts looking like a kind of a developer project, right? That And I think you've kind of moved away from kind of a certain kind of realness to get to ideas. And I think that in a certain way, kind of deleting some information or suppressing some information is allowing you to see it in a different way. And so I think that these comments about using the image as a way of broadcasting your ideas, that this kind of subsequent development isn't necessarily about repopulating it again with like conventional materials, like, this kind of entourage, but to really kind of build it up in layers in terms of ideas. Or that would be kind of my kind of angle on some of this conversation. But I do think it's been helpful to kind of discover within your own work this kind of high contrast style, which I think is provocative, and in its kind of harshness signals that you're working in the realm of ideas and not in the realm of like service or pleasantry or pleasing the audience, and I do appreciate that. Great, so we have one more project, and now we will go.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, Megan and Andrew.
Hello.
Hello. Will. Nope.
Ready? All right. Considering the experiences of 2020 as broadly and generally as the air itself, we highlight the paradoxical collective individual experience. We turn the infinite to finite and place a time capsule just out of reach, considering current, near, and distant futures. The 2020 experience is marked by disconnection, separation, isolation, and confinement. We heighten existing anxieties to recreate this time in future times.
By placing our time capsule in low Earth orbit, we recreate the characteristics of the 2020 experience. Time capsule sits at the boundary of Earth's protective zone, 825 kilometers above sea level, in an area called the thermopause, which is 2 to 3 times the height of the International Space Station. The capsule moves in heliosynchronous orbit over solar mean time, allowing for consistent observation of the Earth and contemplation of the self at global scale, orbiting every 101 minutes with only 50 minutes of daylight at a time. Causes temporal disorientation, circling the Earth from pole to pole, crossing the equator about 14 times a day. While microgravity, a feeling of weightlessness related to the continuous free fall of orbit, causes physical disorientation, such as a loss of taste and smell. A new environment requires a new system of orientation, as orientation is relative to up and down cease to exist where there is effectively no gravity. We use an expanded version of naval orientation, so forward and aft, port and starboard, and then the addition of zenith and nadir for kind of into and away from the Earth. Actually, vice versa. A new series of constraints emerges in this unfamiliar environment. Approaches are made parallel to the velocity vector, and optimal lighting comes not from the sun, but is reflected off the Earth. The blue of the sky is replaced by the blue of the Earth. Reorientation allows for viewing at the scale of the global, the community, and the self, and creates the need for reflection and perspective. Temporal, physical, and sensory disorientation demands reorientation to a new normal. Finding precedent appropriate to our time capsule must balance the realities of technology with the idealism inherent to space exploration. NASA classifies 3 types of space construction: fully completed capsules, all the way to complex forms built in situ in space, and then a kind of hybrid combination of the two. We are aiming for this middle ground, pushing just beyond the current technology of the ISS. NASA has explored the creation of inflatable capsules with a prototype currently installed on the ISS as an activity center. Inflatable construction allows for greater efficiency of delivery and increased possible volumes with current delivery vehicles.
Turning back from the near future to consider the distant past and qualities of timelessness, while appreciating the value and passage of time, we look towards the monastery. In its most basic form, the monastery has existed since prehistory. People separating themselves from society to achieve higher levels of learning or spiritualism is a constant. The common thread of ritualism and rigor tie these diverse institutions together, no matter their affiliation. The daily cycle is celebrated. Most Catholic monks keep the same exact schedule every day except Sunday. The cloister acts as a heart of the complex, tying everything together. Taking inspiration from Gothic monasteries, the formal emphasis on rhythm emphasizes the daily cycle. Ethereal and human proportions and celestial dabbled light push the mind to consider that beyond the tangible and the immediate. Considering the long passage of time, what begins as a novel remote outpost for spiritual reflection evolves. First, into a center of support, a utility for a young spacefaring community. Then it reaches its design purpose as a monastery, isolated and separated by time and space. Eventually, it becomes obsolete, a relic and a curiosity, a true time capsule of days gone by. A break from current reality, it is a way to connect to a previous time, a view from the eyes of those who have come before. A roadside attraction on the way to the moon, a momentary distraction. And if our optimism is misplaced, then the capsule will remain isolated, a tomb to humanity's faults and unrealized potential, left for the aliens.
Looking deeply at the daily cycle, the rapid day-night cycle of that 101-minute orbital period allows for the monastery to find its own circadian rhythm outside of the 24-hour cycle. Activities follow a prescribed order, but the rigor of the day is relaxed. The looping nature of the daily cycle begins to define the form, creating an interior within the exterior void of space. The simple form, a 240-foot diameter ring, is then multiplied to achieve the redundancy inherently necessary to a closed loop system. This allows choice, though limited, to exist. The loops are then stretched outward toward the zenith, optimizing sun exposure for solar collection and optimizing dynamic viewing from within. More public and gathering-oriented spaces toward the zenith towards the zenith, and private spaces toward the nadir or toward the earth side. Spaces are then molded to their program, tightly scaled to the human form. In zero gravity, large open spaces actually pose a risk of stranding. So forms are kept tight, highlighting the relationship of the body to the form and the body to the vast void of the exterior.
These looping tubes consist of inflatable segments not too distant from those currently in progress by NASA. To achieve structural stability and some protection from rogue projectiles, the tubes are then wrapped in a 3D printed woven exoskeleton with a shell layer of a gold copper alloy. The pattern of the exoskeleton consists of a polar sine wave, undulating inward and outward around the circle, creating visual complexity within a simple form and allowing for dynamic viewing within. To create this fluid and florid filigree, we turn to polar equation parametrics. Polar equations are radii as a function of the angle. The equation on the left is the radius equals the sine of 2 pi times the angle for 25 rotations. We sampled the equation at each 1/10 of pi and reinterpolated these points, which yields the mandala on the right. The yellow dots show the 500 sample points along the 20 sample lines. These radii are remapped to the domain of each tube and projected onto the exterior surfaces as seen in the outer ring on the right. The variation in the patterns are controlled by offsetting the domains. The interior has the same pattern. Continuous looping, only moments of singularity and truly individual scale at the dormitory. The pipe is open to reveal these individual dormitory pods. The earth is context. The blue of the sky is replaced with the blue of the earth. The earth still exists as a major orientation device.
Moving to the interior, We follow a path of travel through the loops and tubes, taking note of the redundancy and repetition, a tightly scaled interiority that emphasizes the relationship between the body, the skin of the structure or the hull, and the void of space. Public spaces exist toward the zenith, the upper loops, and the spaces more private and individually scaled down towards the earth side or the nadir. Interactions with furniture and fixtures is distinctly different in microgravity. There's no need for flat surfaces or seats for rest, and large cavernous spaces again pose that threat of straining. So curved surfaces and ample handrails and grab bars allow for movement without the kind of danger of bumping into sharp corners. For example, here at E, the refractory or the dining area, the tables are actually just spheres with circle cutouts that you can slip your legs into and kind of hook onto to remain stationary and in proximity to other people while eating. Follow the yellow line kind of tracks a day through these sections. So moving from the dormitory up towards the more public spaces, approaching the chapel space, continuing through the upper tubes, through the library space, and then eventually heading back down towards the more private spaces and the dormitories once again. And there's multiple kind of sets of dormitories in this redundant looping. Exploding out these rings, we consider the narrow proportion and the endless nature of the form, looking first at the cloister, which acts as a sort of the center of the spaces, tying together the circulation and acting as the main public forum, a place for intersection and interaction in an otherwise very individually scaled structure, a sort of walking meditation and a place for social viewing, both within the cloister itself and across the courtyard. The upper rings contain most of the public spaces. So here we have the chapter house, which is a more egalitarian meeting space for the 32 inhabitants of the monastery. Then moving around to the dock, which begins with the port airlock, then a sequence of discombobulation, decontamination, and recombobulation, followed by a moment of orientation through a small view of the interior of the courtyard. Opposite the chapter house is the chapel, which is a more hierarchical and oratory based space with a forward view of the earth racing towards you below. And finally, the library space for individual work with in a sort of communal setting, a hybrid space, material and digital and analog records of Earth history, separated and protected from the effects of power on history.
The cloister. Most of the interior has matte white walls. The rhythm and repetition of the sine wave runs through the cloister as padded handrails, as well as the window cuts, mapping the exterior to the interior and rescaling it to the human. The windows offer a continuous, constant view disrupted by conical forms breaking into the interior void. The chapel and the chapter house have reflective walls and illuminated handrails made from electroluminescent wire, a kaleidoscopic discombobulation. The fractured glass windows distort the outside world, distancing the occupants from reality. The chapter house has a more egalitarian structure than the chapel, with circular seating for all 32 occupants, free from hierarchy and free from gravity. The 32 dorms are single spherical chambers with two functions, sleep and individual work. They provide uninterrupted nature views of the earth for individual contemplation. The cloister again. Other than the chapel and the chapter house, all of the windows look across the courtyard. The monastery views itself standing strong as the foreground to the vastness of space, formal simplicity and visual complexity.
Infinitely looping and repeating cycles of individuals moving in the same direction, catching and passing, pausing and proceeding, a never-ending parade of the monotonies of life on display, always moving and viewing with finite moments of intersection and contact, an acute awareness of interiority and the fragility of closed loops compounded by the vast emptiness of surrounding space.
That's it.
I can start if no one else is going to start. When I was looking through the deck yesterday, I was really excited to get to this one just because of those final kind of renderings, which are really wild, and you use acrobats as, you know, your monks and nuns in some way. And I think like it sets a kind of, you end on a kind of tone that is in some ways kind of counter to some of what you're building up prior to that. And I love so many things about this project. I mean, from the kind of framing, initial framing, I think, Megan, you said like, we cite this in low Earth orbit to recreate the 2020 experience, which I was laughing. I just felt like that was a really kind of absurdist, kind of like wonderful place to start from. And you end on these kind of absurdist kind of images. And then I think you spend a lot of the bulk of the kind of in between time kind of trying to ground this in a kind of scientific reality and and so I think like there's a tension here between kind of like the more fantastical kind of and mystical elements of this project, to be quite honest, and then also kind of what a studio like this asks you to do, which is to kind of render and to kind of think through the actual practicalities also of building. I think the two things that I would kind of put focus on, one is I think you privilege the nadir more than the zenith, right? You locate the kind of dorms kind of so that they look downward at Earth. But when I think about spiritual traditions and about kind of the way that different kind of cloistered spiritual communities orient themselves, it's not always about the earthly. And so that's kind of a question, an open question that I have. And it also kind of parallels my other kind of thing that I love, but also that I question about the project, which is that it builds around this courtyard, which is in effect a void, you know, which is in effect kind of space. And I'm just wondering if you can kind of think, and you don't have to answer now, obviously, but if you can think more about kind of like what the maybe spiritual function of the courtyard really is here, and that it's actually space itself that's the courtyard, unlike a lot of kind of medieval courtyards, which are filled with flowering plants and, you know, all kinds of symbolic imagery about kind of that spiritual tradition. So yeah, I just really appreciate all the thinking and work and all the wildness in this presentation in some way. And I almost want to see it kind of push even more in that direction in some way.
Yeah, so as far as the first part of that, the orientation, that's kind of why we placed those meeting spaces such as the chapel to the zenith. So those are the outward and the beyond. And then the dormitories are more the like point of reflection where you're looking back at the earth. So you're a little more grounded there. So that's kind of where that gradient came from. Mm-hmm. And then the courtyard, yeah, it was playing with that sort of internal contradiction of like, it is the inside and it is outside and it is like the center of everything and it is nothing. And kind of that like trippy contradiction. And those the cone pieces that come off of the cloister are actually like airlocks, so you can airwalk into the courtyard and kind of experience it in this like really contradictory way of like having to be in a like an EV suit. So
mm-hmm. Maybe I'll follow up on that. I think you sent me off on some weird path when you said recombobulate. I started to think like where discombobulate came from. And so I started doing some searching. So I might've missed part of your presentation because I went on a little trajectory here, but it's actually kind of an interesting word. It was an American word that was, I don't know if you know this, but was created as like to make fun of the highfalutin Italian or Latin words that were being used. And so it's just supposed to sound like Latinish and make fun of Latin vocabulary. And so anyway, I thought that was kind of interesting because your project really, like, there's two things about it. I think one, you take things very seriously, and then one thing on the other hand, you treat things as a cartoon. And I sort of like that weird balance between those two. I really appreciate that it almost like makes fun of science fiction in some ways, that you would have these acrobat. I mean, it's just ridiculous 2020 idea that, you know, we'd be in space, you know, doing acrobats and like we'd have the time to actually do that because, you know, everything else, it's a luxury, everything else is taken care of for us, you know, like a SpaceX Elon Musk kind of dream. So I think that if anything, I might even play up that even more, the kind of campiness and cartoonish qualities of that. And then on the other hand, you have very precise, you know, very rigorous ideas of these sine waves, coming up with these Gothic, you know, architectures. And I think that's also super interesting, where it's a different kind of approach. It's not illustrative. It's really about the science of how you might create this. And then you translate that idea of Gothic architecture, which is about the rigidity of the structure. All of those arches are what carry the structure, into something that is the opposite in space, where you have to inflate those conditions. They're no longer rigid. They're almost in compression, or sorry, in a tension, and they're expansive. And it's through that tensile construction that you start to create these ridges and these things. So anyway, I kind of wish you went a little more in both directions, because I really like the project quite a bit. It feels unique, feels interesting. And I wonder if you could even be more precise on the architecture, like in the renderings, what are those white lines, you know, what's the structure for that, and get really sciencey about how do you produce those effects. Maybe it's projection, maybe it's, you know, other kinds of systems, and then also ramp up the cartoonish qualities of it as well, because I think those two elements are really interesting.
Yeah, I think even in the, because I appreciate all of these same things, but I think even in the, you know, your description as you walked us through the day, you know, and the little sectional drawings that are really cool and beautiful and well represented. But I think you could even start to pair things there as well, right? So I think you could bring in more imagery during those moments and really start to talk about like that relationship and that tension and play it up in a way, right? So that when it pays off at the end and we see these kind of like massive spaces that are like, you know, completely, you know, insane and trippy and beautiful in their own way, that payoff is even more kind of like amplified. Because then I think that actually does link back with the whole kind of idea of monastic, you know, life, and there is some kind of like payoff long term, and you go through all this stuff in order to you know, be revealed in some way or some kind of like revelatory moment. And so like I do appreciate it for all of those characteristics. And again, this is another one that I'm really happy to have seen. You know, it was really light, I thought, last time on some of the more technical aspects, even in terms of representation. And so I think, you know, diving deep into those, you know, how do you make these things? What are the scientific or the mathematical formula that you use to generate these patterns? I think all that is really well taken. I would like to see even more of it personally. I think it could be way more expansive and extensive, but I appreciate the project and it's a fun one to end on. So very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for this final slide too. That gives us a nice overview of the whole presentation. It was really great to get to the kind of final row where we get to see the kind of effects and impacts of all of these kind of architectural decisions that you've made throughout the presentation. And one thing I was wondering is, you know, when you got to the monastery, you have the kind of keywords on the slide: rhythm, proportion, light, and maybe to some of the previous points that were just made. I wonder if you could now go back to what you've kind of landed on and ask yourself how those kind of ideas can start to allow you to iterate on the kind of architecture that you've created. Because when I look at again, they're like very beautiful, fantastical images, the bottom row, the kind of interior experiential perspectives you've created. At the moment, they all feel rather similar to me. And I'm not sure if this is something you're going for, but I'm trying to imagine myself as one of the kind of acrobats inhabiting this space. And it would be super disorienting. I feel like I maybe would very infrequently know where I am. And I'm wondering if there might be a little more distinction between the different kind of programs that you've set up. And we see that distinction in the sections and the plans as you show us, but in the renderings, the distinction becomes less kind of clear to me. And to think about, as kind of Corey mentioned, like the structure of these things, maybe the kind of density of the ribbons you have running through, the size of them, the size of the openings or the windows. I think thinking more maybe specifically about all of those things as architecture, kind of seriously as architecture, could help to create a bit more variety within this kind of never-ending looped experience you have. And yeah, I think continuing to push those ideas through these images is really, really wonderful. There's also I think it's kind of been said or implied, like this a kind of amazing ability to present this stuff very like seriously and almost like matter of fact, but it's also like so strange. And, so I think that's a really wonderful kind of quality in the project, but also the way that you've delivered it. So great work with that.
Thank you.
Hey, well, yeah, it's been a real delight seeing this project emerge and then be developed over the last 8 weeks. And I think, again, it's like a mini thesis that I think Megan and Andrew, I think every single person has said more, and I think it's, for me, it's just the kind of captures the kind of excitement and a response to this kind of balance of imagination and a certain kind of precision that I think your project is suggesting, and that that you really approach the project with. And I think I think it does capture the moment in terms of, this is like Monastery LLC, it's like, because it could be, it could be an offshoot of Burning Man, or it could be a cult, or it could be a new religion, or, it could be all of these things. And so I actually really like, or it could be like every time you do mushrooms, it's called a ceremony now. It's like, and it's like, it's the ceremony, and it's, the final row of images is really about kind of has this kind of visual language of that kind of ceremony, maybe. So I think you're just tapping into so much kind of culturally through your architecture that I think makes helps us imagine things and hallucinate a little bit in a good way. So congratulations. This brings us to the end of the second session. Thank you, Megan and Andrew. I think we do have a few minutes for final comments. Yeah, maybe, I don't know how easy it is to kind of make overarching comments just based on only having seen 3 projects. Yeah. I think Andrew has seen all of them. Clay, you've seen fragments of the projects through time. But Nicole and Corey, we'd love to kind of get your perspective on what you've seen before we let you go.
I just had one comment, which is, I think it's often the fallacy of having studios that are quite speculative and oriented towards big ideas, that all of a sudden that oftentimes either the instructor or the students think that means that there's less rigor or less attention to detail and concerns for sort of some practicalities inside of this. And I think what this shows is that, when you take it seriously and you apply rigorous approaches and you design it, in a real way, that, it really does pay off, and it adds to and intensifies the experience of listening to your narratives and understanding your ideas. And so, like, I actually really appreciate that in many, many ways. And so I think good job to both Professor Siddiqui and students.
Well, yeah, I'd add to that and just say it's really great, great work for the studio. I think what it kind of proves is that there isn't really a thesis. Like every project should be a thesis. And I hope you approach projects that way, because I went to a school, grad school, it didn't have a thesis. Our UT doesn't have one. I've never really saw personally the difference. So I think the studio kind of proves it. Like each of your projects was so unique from the others, even though the premise was the same. And that's because you interjected your own ideas into it. And so I just would hope that you continue to do that even into practice and next studios or wherever you go after this. And then also Nicole and Andy, it's too bad we can't go grab some dinner now or hang out, but next time, hopefully. It's nice to see you virtually.
Yeah, thanks for having us, Igor. I'd just say when I read the brief, I was super excited about it, and it, got the gears turning. And I was thinking, wow, this is such a difficult, 2020 has been such a difficult year for everybody. And it's like such a difficult question or problem to design a time capsule for this year. I mean, where do you start? The 3 projects that I saw this afternoon were so thoughtful and thought-provoking, and I think just really incredible. So kudos to you for doing a very admirable job with a really tough question. And I would just say, the things you tackled, the topics you tackled today are such huge kind of questions that are maybe much, much bigger than yourselves and much bigger than architecture, but I think they're so worthy of us taking the time to think about and kind of sharing with each other. And I'd encourage you to take these along with you, into your spring semester studio, whether that's as speculative or not, because it seems like there's a lot that you all got out of this semester, whether it was more of the kind of research parts of the project, more of the kind of conceptual development parts of the project, representation. I mean, it's just like, it was a kind of beautiful smorgasbord of all things architectural education. Great work with it. Congrats.
Yeah, like everyone else, I think you're to be commended, and also just celebrated for kind of meeting this particular challenge, which, as Nicole was just saying, is like, it seems like a monumental one just to kind of start to think through it. And there was a narrative throughout that. I mean, I feel I was lucky because I got to be here for all of your presentations, but I feel like there was a real kind of journey that we went on where we started kind of with a very specific place in Louisiana and kind of ended up in low Earth orbit. And I think that's descriptive in some ways of the kind of brief, of this class, and, in a kind of major way. I think what I come away with, and I hope it doesn't sound too kind of sappy, but I think what I come away with is a kind of more firm belief in the imaginative capacities to kind of use speculation to talk about our present. And I think that's what I really kind of enjoyed most about engaging with these projects, is I felt like it didn't have to be real because it was trying to get at something that was maybe more intangible, and I just really appreciate the way that each one of you took the time to think through that project in very different ways. And obviously with a lot of, as Corey was saying, a lot of rigor and a lot of pluck, I mean, to be honest. So thanks for having me along. I really appreciated being here. And I hope that in 10 years time, first of all, I hope we're all alive in 10 years time. And I hate that I have to say that, but I hope that in 10 years time, you find these projects and it causes further reflection for you in that moment, whatever that moment is for you. Because I think these projects are so rich that I could see one kind of returning to the well, as it were, long into the future.
Well, thank you for these reflections, and Nicole and Andrew and Andy, we owe you invitations to Austin when that option becomes available. We will definitely make up for not being able to share that with you now. And for all the students, I owe you many drinks, because typically we would go out after this and order a bunch of pitchers of beer, and we would all celebrate, especially knowing that for some of the students, this is their last studio. You know, some of them are graduating because, you know, one of the upsides of this year is that we had more summer studios. And so some students were able to take summer studios and graduate a semester early. And we have our professional residency program, which is kind of a 6-month internship. And typically students would have to come back for another semester. But this year, because it's been such a bizarre year, some of the students are finishing their studios and then going off to LA, Copenhagen, wherever else they were placed. And so this is their last studio for that reason. So I just wanted to congratulate you on this final review. Maybe what we'll do is we will thank Nicole, Clay, Andy, and Corey with a round of applause for their participation from the students. And then I will turn off the YouTube stream and we as a group can just spend a few minutes having a little bit of closure. And so, yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it's a mixture of virtual and analog claps, so that applause, so that's great. Andy, Nicole, Corey, I think Clay is gone already. Yeah. Hope to see you again soon on screen or hopefully in person.
Definitely, me too. I'll see you guys later. Ciao.
Yep. See y'all later.